Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Heartland Institute President, James Taylor.
Thank you. Welcome back to the Heartland Institute's 15th International Conference on Climate Change. So, does everybody in the house know that Wednesday was National Margarita Day? I'm looking out the windows in the back, you see the pool. I'm longing to be out there. After the conference, I will be. But it's something. I mentioned this morning how we at the Heartland Institute, each day, Anthony Watts, Sterling Burnett, Linnea Lucan, myself, we will do a Google News search for climate change and see what misinformation, what propaganda the media is peddling on a given day, and then we debunk it on our website, climaterealism.com. So this morning, just after being up here a few hours ago, I was doing a Google News search for climate change, and what popped up? There's a CNN article, and this is what alerted me to the fact that it was National Margarita Day Wednesday. So let me pull this up here. This is amazing. So the title of the article on CNN.com, Why the Climate Crisis May Be Coming for Your Margarita Next. Here's the lead. Something to consider as you search for happy hours to celebrate National Margarita Day. The delicious concoction's main ingredient is threatened by changing weather. It's amazing. The agave plant is threatened by changing weather. You know, this is what the media does. Anything that we like, they go out of their way to try and make it seem like you're never going to have it again, climate change is to blame, what a crisis. So it's National Margarita Day. Rather than allowing people to enjoy it, they throw the climate change scare at you. Well, I did a quick review of agave plant production, tequila production, because after all, that's what they're saying. Climate change is destroying your tequila, you're never going to have a margarita again. This is amazing. You can't make this up, folks. Do you have any idea what's happening with tequila production over the past, 5, 10, 20 years? Since 1995, margarita production has increased sixfold. Sixfold. Here's another one. Since 2018, not even 5 years ago, I'm sorry, I said margarita production, tequila production. Since 2018, tequila production has more than doubled in just 5 years. And in case you think I'm cherry picking and taking an off year, 2018 had the second highest tequila production on record up to that point, and it's more than doubled since then. So what do we get on National Margarita Day? Climate change is coming for your margarita. Everybody panic. Like I said, they do this for anything we love. I saw last week as I was doing the same Google News search, climate change, what came up? All over the place, articles about how because of climate change, you're no longer going to be able, your cup of Morning Joe, you no longer be able to enjoy it. You won't even have it. Because of climate change, coffee production is in grave jeopardy. It's already being ravaged. Well, I knew this was a farce because just a year or two at climaterealism.com, we saw a similar spate of articles, and we looked up the data, and we debunked it because we know for a fact, it's been proven, it's been shown by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, that coffee production sets new records virtually every year. Almost every year a new record is set. The same has been the case in 2021 and 2022. Now what's amazing here is I saw this article, and I knew immediately that it was false, and we'd be debunking that. Underneath Google News, near the very top of the search results, there's a section that says, people also ask. And here's a question. Is coffee declining? Now again, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization reports that globally, and really for virtually every country that produces coffee, coffee production sets new records virtually every year and continues to do so. Here's how Google News answers the question, is coffee declining? By 2050, in all three climate scenarios, the number of regions most highly suited for growing coffee declined by 50%. Wait a second, it's not 2050 yet. They're not even answering the question. Our predictions are, but that's what passes for following the science these days. Amazing. Another one, in Australia. A few years ago, there were some very serious wildfires widespread throughout the country. And everybody in the media, climate activists, they blamed, of course, climate change. You guessed it. The Australian Bureau of Meteorology has very detailed, precise records going back approximately a century. And they also produce these data in map form. And you can see that early in the 20th century, drought, which of course is the climate change element for which they blame the wildfires, drought was substantially more frequent and severe in the early half of the 20th century than has been the case since. In fact, if you look at the past 20 years, it's been remarkable how frequently rainfall throughout Australia has been above the annual average. When we finally had, after so many years of quite, well, more than sufficient rainfall, you finally had a year or two of drought, there were so much trees and vegetation out there that of course you had all the fuel for the fires. And then of course you have mismanagement by the Australian government, much like they do in California. But what you see for a fact is that those wildfires were an aberration. Australia has become wetter and experienced more abundant precipitation as the world has warmed. The media lies about it. NASA satellites have measured a 24% decline in the amount of land globally that's been burned by wildfire since the year 1998. Again, these are facts that exist, that are available to the media, and yet they report lies. Another one, maple syrup. February is the peak of maple syrup production. It's where they tap the sugar maples. February is where you get the most flow. So doing our daily Google News search, we at Heartland saw a spate of articles this past week about how climate change is ravaging maple syrup production. You'll no longer be able to enjoy maple syrup with your morning pancakes. And so we looked at the data, and virtually every year maple syrup production sets new records. It's not just a one-off when we at the Heartland Institute and elsewhere point out the lies that are being told by the media, by climate activists. I mentioned this morning this book, Climate at a Glance, for teachers and students. This is the book that we sent to thousands of teachers around the country. This is the book that teachers write us back and say, thank you so much for sending to us. Everybody should have gotten a copy in your bag. I heard from a few folks this morning that they didn't have a copy from a few speakers. Speakers, you're entitled to gift bags as well. Pick it up, get a copy of this book. We also have extra copies in the back. We have extra bags, and we have extra copies standing alone. If you'd like an additional copy or two, pick it up. I've had people that come to us and say, hey, can we get another 100 copies so I can send it to all the science teachers, high school, junior high school in our school district. We do that. This is the resource that debunks all that garbage. Thank you. So I mentioned Australian wildfires, and that came to mind as I was thinking about how fortunate we are to have our first keynote speaker here today at lunch. Our speaker spoke, I believe it was the 4th International Conference on Climate Change. He spoke with us here, Dr. Ian Plimer. And this is amazing. If money were a limitless resource for us here at the Heartland Institute, the way the media says it is, the way we have all the fossil fuel funding pouring in, we would have 500 speakers, and this conference would go on for 2 weeks, and we'd still be leaving some people out in the cold. But you know, we have to make some dividing line. Okay, we can get you in. We don't have time. Expenses being what they are. Australia is a long way away, and it's rather expensive to fly people in from Australia. We have scientists, economists, policy experts from all over the world. And as we're going through our list of who to speak and who not to speak, as we're putting this together, we heard from somebody in Australia Dr. Ian Plimer. The world needs more Dr. Ian Plimers. Now, here in particular is the reason why. He says, hey guys, guess what? I love your climate conferences. I've been there before. I'm going to be in the United States. In fact, I'm going to attend your climate conference. So I'm paying for my own travel. If you need a speaker, I'm here. I'm ready to speak. And I'm thinking it's like Aaron Judge calling up the owner of the Yankees and saying, hey, I love playing baseball, and I plan to be around Yankee Stadium sometime around opening day. If you just happen to need a left fielder, I'm available for free. The world needs more Dr. Ian Plimers. Dr. Ian Plimer is a former professor of geology at the University of Melbourne, an emeritus professor of earth sciences at the University of Melbourne, a former professor of mining geology at the University of Adelaide. Dr. Plimer has written several books. He is one of the best, as I've mentioned some of the propaganda that has been floated around that we shoot down at the Heartland Institute. Dr. Plimer is one of the best at doing the same. He has written several books. One of them that I hope he'll talk about a little bit more in his talk is Green Murder, a life sentence of net zero with no parole. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Ian Plimer.
Well, thank you for that introduction. Patrick Moore stole my whole talk, so I think I'll go back. It's only 20 hours flying. There's only one button to push and I can't get it right. This is the only takeaway you need from a geologist. You will not find any people in my profession who would claim that humans can change a major planetary system. We are not crazy. There are a number of fundamentals. No one has ever shown that human emissions of carbon dioxide drive global warming. And just perish your thought, in case I'm wrong, you then have to show that the 97% of natural emissions don't drive global warming. The foundation is absolutely and totally wrong. There are major planetary processes that drive climate change, and we have a great ego and we think we can drive how the planet works. But there are some fundamental things that we see in the history of the planet. A key question: when did it first rain? Because that was unprecedented when it first rained. Not much else is unprecedented. And we can take you to Western Greenland, show you these old gravels from running water. It must have rained. And at the same time, we find evidence of life on Earth. We have the chemical fingerprints of life. That is extraordinary, and that is unprecedented. But most of what we hear in the press about unprecedented events, they're not. They're just because people are ignorant of history. We have some great ice ages in the past. Every single ice age occurred when we had more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than now. Every single ice age. We have 6 major ice ages. Some of them occurred when we had a bad planetary address. Some of them occurred when continents went over poles. But these ice ages are the clue to climate change. And the very first one we see is from Africa, the Pongolian at mid-latitudes. This is a debris left behind by retreating ice. And obviously the climate warmed up after that. We have no idea how this ice age started. We have no idea how it finished. And that's the fabulous part about science. We don't know very much, and it means that we have a lot more to do. But after that big ice age, what did we see? We saw colonial life. The bottom part of that diagram, we see stromatolites. These are bacterial colonies organised. And this life occurred when the planet warmed up. And then again, we had another big ice age. This one was when the ice was at sea level and at the equator. And the carbon dioxide content of the atmosphere, instead of being 0.04% as it is now, was at about 20%. So if you think carbon dioxide drives global warming, go back in time. This is debris left behind by retreating ice. And at the same time, when we washed out material from this debris, we fertilised the oceans, we had a diversity of life. Suddenly we started to put oxygen into the atmosphere. Suddenly we had oxidation and we had banded iron formations. And these banded iron formations are a worldwide event of oxygenating the planet. That was unprecedented, but not 3 hot days. That's not unprecedented. And this is what happens to those iron formations. They formed during very cold times. They then got beneficiated during tropical times, and here in Western Australia, they're mined in an arid climate. And they tell me that I'm a climate denier, that I don't understand climate change. So look back in the past. We have a much better story to tell. And when we look at the history of ice in some of those light blue vertical lines and the dark blue vertical lines, we've got 3 of the big ice ages here. And the evolution of this planet is tied in to the evolution of the atmosphere, the evolution of the rocks, the evolution of the oceans, and the evolution of life. You cannot only look at the atmosphere, and that's what the current day climate catastrophists do. We see that there's a period of time in the early atmosphere in the Earth when the atmosphere was comprised methane and carbon dioxide and ammonia. That changed to a carbon dioxide-rich atmosphere, and we are now enjoying in yellow an oxygen-rich atmosphere. We've had a change over time. We've had ice ages appear. The 2 vertical lines I'll go into in a minute, and we've had a number of oxygenation events tied into climate. So climate has been important for the evolution of the planet, and the warmer the climate, the better it has been. On the top left diagram, the lower layer of rocks is debris left behind by retreating ice. The upper layer is material deposited when water temperatures were only about 40 degrees Celsius. That's a climate change. And the bottom one shows some of the debris left behind, but the right diagram is the one that interests me. Those buff-coloured rocks are a rock called dolomite. That is a calcium magnesium carbonate with 48% carbon dioxide in that solid rock. Now, we can make dolomite in the laboratory. Easy to do. All you've got to do is have an atmosphere very, very rich in carbon dioxide. So this is natural sequestration of carbon dioxide. We can just measure the sequence of those rocks, walk them out for miles, and back calculate how much carbon dioxide was in the planet. That proxy is a pretty good way of working out that we had massive ice ages when the atmosphere had a very, very high carbon dioxide content. And after this great ice age, sea level rose only by 1,500 metres, covered the continents, and life evolved into complex multicellular life. And we were told that this process took place and left behind multicellular fossils, and that was meant to be the Ediacaran fauna. And about 10 years ago, this was found by a former student of mine. A new reef system, much, much older than the first complex life we thought we had on Earth. Science is never settled. It can't be. And after this life, it then got cold again. And what happened? Well, sea level dropped, just a modest 1,500 metres. Bottom layer is debris left behind by ice. Top layer is very warm water precipitates of dolomite. Again, a total planetary change of maybe 60 or 80 degrees Celsius. And after that, when the ice melted and sea level went up, another 1,500 metres, we had the Ediacaran fauna appear. And these were chordates. Some of them were chordates. These are your ancestors. And some of them, and when I look around the room, it's quite likely they were, because a lot of this was green slime. And these were your ancestors. They were driven by climate change. And it's only when sea levels rose and when it became warm that we got complex life. It diversified even more into an explosion of life. It wasn't really an explosion of life, it was an explosion of predation, where animals had shells and skeletons that had sucked carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, and they went on the rampage, and they went eating the Ediacaran fauna. They completely wiped them out. This explosion of life took place over about 25 million years. It gave us reefs. Now, we've had reefs on planet Earth for only about 3,000 million years. Reefs come, reefs go. There's nothing special about a reef disappearing. Normally they disappear when sea level drops. More of that later. And adding to a little bit of what Patrick spoke about this morning, as soon as we had life, predation, protection and warm waters, life just expanded. And we had a huge explosion of life. And it is still expanding. We are gaining more species now than we are losing. We are losing species that you can see, big things, but some of these big animals are not very cuddly. So any paleontologist will show you life on Earth is expanding. And we have our extinctions. We've had major mass extinctions and minor mass extinctions. And there are 5 major mass extinctions of complex life and over 20 minor mass extinctions. We also have species turnover. And species appear on planet Earth, then they disappear. This is the normal species turnover. That's not an extinction event. And these extinction events, we've got them very well documented. They didn't happen instantaneously. They happened over a period of time. But we lost huge families and genera and species during a mass extinction event. We can argue about the origin of these, but we are not in an extinction event, much as we'd like some of our fellow humans to go extinct. But we are in a period of normal species turnover, and the number of species is increasing. But there's some intriguing work that's coming out, and this is from looking at a very common mineral and the trace elements in this iron sulfide, which are a proxy for the amount of oxygen in the ocean waters. And we see that we've got 4 of the mass extinction events, and perhaps 5 of them, of complex life, were when we had a very low oxygen content in the water. Now, the oxygen cycle is basically the opposite of that of the carbon dioxide cycle. That oxygen depletion may well be due to asteroid impacting or massive volcanicity, but we can now start to put together cycles of oxygen. You cannot only talk about the carbon cycle, you have to also talk about the oxygen cycle. But this is quite intriguing, where we are seeing events occur that are related to changes in the atmosphere. But one of the points I want to stress today is tectonics. We know that the continents are moving apart. We know they're stitching back together again. And what's that doing? That's when we're pulling apart the continents, we are adding heat to the oceans. We are adding submarine volcanic rocks to the ocean. They spew out at 1200 degrees Celsius. They get cooled by ocean water. We only have 3.4 million recognised submarine volcanoes and 28,000 kilometres of volcanic activity along the mid-eastern rise. The East Pacific rise. So we are adding a huge amount of heat to the planet from deep down. My very first job was to work underground. When you're a mile underground, it is hot. That heat goes up in the crust. In rocks that are rich in uranium or thorium or potassium, they are even hotter. We have a very thin crust on the ocean floor. We are putting a lot of heat into the oceans. We are also adding volcanic rocks, and when we do experiments with these volcanic rocks, we can dissolve 15% by weight carbon dioxide in those volcanic rocks. So when we talk about climate, we tend to look up in the air and look at the atmosphere. Look down at your feet also. So we have very good quantitative evidence on what's happening with seafloor spreading. When we collide continents together, we actually change the way ocean currents work. When we put sediments into the ocean, we change sea levels. When we have a massive volcanic rock enter the ocean floor, we push up sea levels. Higher sea levels and covering continents with water has in the past moderated climate. So when we look at a couple of models, and you don't need to ask me my opinion on models are models, the only takeaway message from this is that as you start to shift continents around, you are changing ocean currents. And as you're changing ocean currents, you are changing the amount of heat that you transport in ocean currents. When you have a big blockage, you'll change the direction of an ocean current. So continents moving, and they still are changing the way in which we distribute heat. And one of the best examples is the breakup of the supercontinent Gondwana. And once India joined Asia, we started to get the Tibetan Plateau, change a lot of airflow on the planet, but we also started to cool down the planet. And that's when we had the beginning of the current ice age that we are enjoying. This is the key map of heat flow. This is how much heat is coming out from down below. I've been underground in South African mines, 14,000 feet underground, where you have to wear a refrigerated suit, otherwise you die. We are, on the continents, releasing a lot of heat, but 70% of this planet is covered by oceans. Most of the heat is being released from the oceans, along the mid-ocean ridges, along hotspots, and there is quite a bit of evidence out there showing that seismic action in the mid-ocean ridges, if you can relate that to planetary alignments, to the lunar alignments, that this is often a trigger for the rise of molten rock or for earthquakes. And in fact, the last 3 major earthquakes in the world and volcanic eruptions were at a time of full moon. So we don't understand what's happening, but we do know that some of the moons of our outer planets are needed from gravitational forces, and we suspect that a lot of carbon dioxide and volcanic rocks are released deep in the oceans when we have kneading forces going on. So we've mentioned about the plate tectonics, but we haven't mentioned about weathering. I'll go into a diagram on that in a second. And the breakup of continents. Now, one of the key continental areas that's breaking up at present is Antarctica. And in Antarctica, there is a massive rift zone underneath the ice. We know of Antarctic volcanoes beneath the ice and above the ice, like Mount Erebus. We also have about 150 areas of hot rock sitting underneath that ice in Antarctica. So just because Antarctic ice is melting doesn't mean it's due to the air temperature. It could be due to other reasons. We know that when we have a pulling apart of the continent to give us seafloor spreading, that we release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And most of the carbon dioxide that goes into the atmosphere, it doesn't end up in plants or coal or critters. It actually ends up in soils. And those soils end up getting washed into the oceans, and the oceans then are a wonderful repository of chemicals for the precipitation of carbonates on the ocean floor. We are actively removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. We have for a very long period of time, and we are getting to a very critical situation in our planet. Now, these are some of the examples of old Great Barrier Reefs. Left-hand photograph, that is a Great Barrier Reef inland about 300 kilometres from the current Great Barrier Reef. The 2 photographs on the right are a Great Barrier Reef in Western Australia. And you can calculate from the bottom photograph, you see those limestones just going off forever. That rock's got 44% carbon dioxide in it. You can just measure the thickness of it and work out the depth of it from geophysics and work out how much carbon dioxide had come from the atmosphere to give you those rocks. We are constantly sequestering carbon dioxide into soils, into life, into the oceans, and this is a process which cannot be changed. But we are putting a lot of material into the atmosphere also. Any molten rock has dissolved gas. On one of the tables out there, there's a wonderful granite that was molten with a very high proportion of vapour in it. These granites here released vapour into the atmosphere as they were rising. When we have volcanoes, they release gas as they rise, not when they erupt, but before the eruption. These are volcanoes in East Africa composed of carbonates. These are sodium, calcium and magnesium carbonates. These volcanic carbonate rocks are the ones we mine for rare earth elements. We understand them quite well. These carbonates have got at least 40% carbon dioxide coming from deep down in the earth. The earth is still degassing. We see that with every rock that was once molten. We also have gas volcanoes. These are a place in Takht Suleiman in northwestern Iran. And these were volcanoes composed only of gas. And that gas was carbon dioxide. Also in Iran, we know from measurements of earthquakes that as soon as you break the earth, you release huge amounts of gas, in this case water vapour and carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere. So we are constantly degassing planet Earth. Every time you push up mountains, you degas the planet, mainly water vapour and carbon dioxide. The hot springs in these mountains are bicarbonate hot springs. But this is a diagram that Patrick showed earlier, and this is showing us just the last 20% of time, where we can see in purple, carbon dioxide is up and down like a yo-yo, but the general trend is down. The temperature is up and down, and we have recorded the ice ages there, and this is telling us that the planet's carbon dioxide content is decreasing. If we halved the amount of carbon dioxide in the air today, we would have no plant life, and hence we'd have no animal life. It is not a crisis of climate. It's a crisis of common sense that we face. It's not a crisis of climate, it's a crisis of using data. It's not a crisis of climate, it's a crisis of carbon dioxide. We don't have enough of it. And whatever we can do, making cement, making steel, put more into the atmosphere. You are saving the planet by doing that. We see in the past that the oceans have warmed and cooled, and we have proxies. The bottom one there is just from some oxygen isotopes and carbon isotopes in planktonic organisms. Ocean surface temperature is up and down over the past. Just because it's gone up in your lifetime doesn't mean that you've had anything to do with it. So we see from the surface of the oceans and the fossils that come from the surface of the ocean that the surface of the ocean is very, very sensitive to temperature. This is ice core data showing the last 5 glaciations within our ice age, and you'll note on the far right, it's not very warm compared with previous interglacials. We've had temperature rises and falls extraordinarily rapid and extraordinarily intense. I really hate to depress you, but you're not living in exciting times. You're living in very boring times. There's nothing much happening on the planet. We hear these horror stories about sea level changes and how sea level is going to inundate all these Pacific atoll island nations. Well, we know from the past sea level's gone up and down by 1,500 metres. Our current sea level has risen in the last 14,500 years about 130 metres. Sea level has actually gone down in the last 6,000 years because we've come out of the peak of our interglacial. So sea levels go up and down, but you never hear about land levels going up and down. These are some satellite photographs of Pacific Island atolls showing that since we've had satellites, what's happened to the atolls? They've got bigger. Well, we should know that because Charles Darwin wrote a book on coral atolls and coral reefs in 1842. And he picked up an idea of Charles Lyell from 1833, and Darwin argued that we had sea level with a coral atoll sitting on top of a volcano, and as sea level rose, or as we had a falling of the volcano, then we basically had the atoll continue to grow. Charles Darwin proved that in 1842. It was validated by drilling of coral atolls for the nuclear testing in the 1950s. We have known for a very long period of time that if sea level rises, the coral says thank you very much and it just grows and grows and grows. And this is a complicated, busy diagram showing in blue the sea level rise and in green the temperature change. There is a rough correlation, but what is interesting is that in the far right of the diagram we've got various great periods of time. And the great empires existed on planet Earth when it was warm and when we had high sea levels. Warm weather doesn't kill you. It's the cold weather that kills you. This is why we've had stories about Jack Frost for a long, long time. So sea level rises are quite normal. So is land level rise. This is in northern Norway. We had Scandinavia under a few kilometres of ice. That ice is gone. Scandinavia has risen. And these are old beaches, up to 340 metres above sea level. So we're quite comfortable with the sea levels rising and falling, but what about the land levels? Some of you might have been to the port of Ephesus, mentioned in the Bible. That's 15 kilometres inland, 7 metres above sea level. What's happened? The land's gone up. Nearby is the ancient city of Lydia. I've been down the main street of Lydia in a yacht. And so, obviously, the land level's fallen. This is taken in the Great Barrier Reef, and there's a layer there of shelly material about 2 metres above the current sea level. And that has been dated. That material grew in the Holocene optimum about 4,000 years ago. The chap with his hat on is Bob Carter, who had performed at some of these conferences before, the late Bob Carter. This is showing us that land level has either risen or sea level has fallen. In this case, it's sea level that's fallen. These are micro-atolls which have died. This is a fresh micro-atoll. This is what happens to the coral micro-atolls when sea level changes. When you expose coral, it dies. That's got nothing to do with humans. That's natural events. So we know from looking at the past that there are natural cycles. And these are the pulling apart of continents, the pushing back together of continents, having a bad galactic address and getting covered in ice, having the orbit of the Earth change, having the sun put out variable amounts of energy and lunar tidal nodes. We have cycles of climate, and when some of them coincide, you will get a fairly rapid climate change. And just to finish off, what does the past tell us? Well, it tells us that we're living in boring times, that we have water and the air and rocks and life all working together. Nothing has changed since those iron formations formed. Climate change is quite normal. Massive climate changes, very rapid climate changes. Humans have survived. We have had climate change ever since the first day on this planet, and for most of time it's been warmer and wetter than now. For most of time sea level's been higher than now. We are living in those sort of extraordinary times. We seem to forget that carbon dioxide is the food of life. It's plant life. Most of the world's carbon dioxide doesn't end up in the forests or the grasslands or the rangeland or in crops. It ends up in algae. We don't see it. It doesn't get measured very much. So my story is that we don't measure what's beneath our feet. We don't really know what's going on in the oceans. We have some very good clues that oceanic heat and carbon dioxide is greatly underestimated. We also see cycles of climate and accidental events, such as dirty big volcanoes or an asteroid impact, which have an effect on climate. Now, if you can't read this, it doesn't matter. If you can't read it and you're colourblind, you've got real problems. The argument I'm putting up here is, in our current interglacial, and they last for about 10,000 years, and we're now overdue. We've been cooling for a few thousand years. If you just look at the periods of cooling and warming in this last interglacial, we are in the period of modern warming. What do you think the next colour is going to be? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage President of CFACT, Craig Rucker.
Thank you, Ian. That was a great talk right there. And, I think this is the first one I've ever seen you speak in the United States. Usually I see you in an ICCC conference in Europe or chasing some of the UN conferences around the world. And that Australian accent, I mean, anybody else could give that. But as an American, when you speak like that, it just seems so much more authoritative. So thank you. Well, I think this Marlo Oaks, I guess the treasurer of Utah, was supposed to speak next. I think his plane got delayed, no doubt climate change. And yes, and it may surprise you, I am not Marlo Oaks, so I will not be talking. Our next speaker, we're going to do a change of plans. Jim Lakely came up to me and said, Craig, you're not no longer in the batter circle, you're up. When Jim Lakely tells me I'm up, I take his charge seriously. The only one I listen to more at Heartland is Keeley. So she tells me, I'm even more afraid. So anyway, our change in plan, like the A-team, love it when a plan comes together, is going to be Mark Morano. He's going to speak next. He serves as CFACT's Director of Communications, runs the Climate Depot News and Information website, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. I've known Mark for quite a number of years. I actually met him, and this would be no surprise to those of you who know, well, Mark, myself, James Taylor, and others, is smoking cigars. I met him at a lot of these UN conferences as we flew around the world. I never saw him in Washington, though he was working in Washington at the time very often. It would always be in some far-off place in Kenya or Indonesia or whatever. But I got to like the guy, you know. I'm a little bit older than him, but we're roughly the same age, and we bonded as pretty good friends. And when you're at these conferences, there's not a whole lot of climate, skeptics or realists at them. So you seek each other out, had the cigar thing in common, became good friends, and when circumstances presented themselves, of course, I had to hire the guy. Anyway, Mark began he's a Virginia native. He went to George Mason University, and after doing some political work, began his career being Rush Limbaugh's man in Washington. Now, how many of you remember Rush Limbaugh's original show when he was on television? Anybody? Yeah. Well, Mark was that guy, if you remember that at all, who would always be in some sort of disguise. He would never show his face, kind of like Home Improvement, the guy with his, you'd just see his eyes, he'd put on a hat, and he would interview a lot of liberals who didn't know what he looked like, and he'd catch them off guard, and Rush loved it and would always put him on. His little segment. It was very humorous, and one of the highlights of Rush's TV show, short-lived though it was. After that, he was picked up a lot for his filming by American Investigator and did some great series, one in particular on the rainforest, which got my attention. As watching it was just a fantastic takedown of some of the false claims that were made about rainforest loss, some that Patrick Moore brought up here, saying that we're going to lose all the forests in a decade or so. I used that in order to invite him to speak to our collegians, and again, it was an excuse for more cigars. He went from there to a service called CNS News, and he did some coverage for Brent Bozell's outfit, and then was picked up by Senator Inhofe and worked for the Environment and Public Works Committee for a number of years, really taking over that website. He was a powerful force in getting out climate realist information for quite a number of years, and really stoked the left, and they were infuriated because this was coming out on official government, website information that was actually just going against the face of everything Al Gore was saying, and he was powerful, just a powerful tool in that until 2006. If you remember that election, that was the one when the Democrats pretty much cleaned house. And one of their first priorities in taking over that particular committee was to shut Mark up. And it took him a couple years, but when Mark came to me, he was kind of panicked and saying, Craig, they're going to shut me up. Can I come work for CFACT? And I said, let's see if we can scrounge up the money. We did, and he came and he started as our director of communications, and a lot of people were wondering if he stepped down from the Senate Environment and Energy Committee or Public Works Committee if he would ever be heard from again. But boy, has he been heard from since. That's far from being something that might cripple your career. He took off. Mark, starting at that time, wound up getting interviewed on pretty much every major network you could imagine. In fact, the journal Nature did a study and looked at the most quoted source, and they did this, of course, to attack skeptics. Who do they need to shut up? And they were looking at who's the one that's getting the information out there the most that is contrary to the UN IPCC narrative, and it was Mark Morano. At the time they did the study, he had been quoted some 4,171 times by media mentions. And we're not just talking conservative, but also liberal media mentions. The next closest one was Senator Inhofe at 2,628 times. So he pretty much, that's significantly higher than even number 2. So he's been a one-man wrecking crew on that. He's been called the godfather of climate denial. I think it was Rolling Stone magazine that put that out. He's published 3 books. One's called The Politically Incorrect Guide to Climate Change, Green Fraud, and his most recent one, The Great Reset. He's also done 2 movies with us. If you guys have ever seen it, Climate Hustle and Climate Hustle 2. Always like to brag, that was the #1 movie in America for one night back in 2016. Stephen Hayward calls Morano the Pete Rose and Hank Aaron of the climate contrarians. If you turn on Fox News, he's on pretty much every week. It could be Tucker one week, could be Jesse Waters the next week, could be Fox and Friends, but he's also on a lot of other networks, often maligned by the mainstream media, but a great guy, a great husband and father to his wife Jennifer, and has a couple of his daughters here today, and a great friend. So I welcome to the stage Mark Morano, who will be talking, I guess, about the Great Reset, right? Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that introduction, and thank the Heartland Institute for this opportunity. I'm going to talk Great Reset today. You know, when James and Jim asked me, they said, Mark, do you believe in free speech? And I said, absolutely. I think it's one of the fundamental bedrocks of our society. And they said, well, that's good, because you're giving a free speech in Orlando. So here I am. Great Reset. Now, I spoke this morning at a panel, but I just want to say that in March 2020, our entire climate energy debate changed, probably forever within our lifetime. It accelerated a lot of trends. What happened in March of 2020 essentially was the bypassing of democracy for COVID regulations. And the left and the climate activists were very jealous at first, and then later they're like, we got to do the same thing. And this had happened in Obama. They had the executive orders with all their climate stuff, and they were trying, because he failed to get it through Congress. But they were lusting after the idea of just declaring an emergency and then doing whatever you wanted. Very similar to one-party rule China. That's my book, The Great Reset. And yes, there is a book, Justin with the Heartland Institute, their book with Glenn Beck, and we also have one, a couple other ones. But my book came out in September of this year, past year. And I go through the whole concept of the Great Reset, World Economic Forum. And I'm going to explain today how this is a multi-pronged attack. This was decades of trends that led to this, and our whole climate debate now is no longer in the democratic realm. At least they're pushing it to keep it out of the democratic realm. This is Klaus Schwab, you know him. The pandemic is a rare, narrow window of opportunity to reset our world. He said this in June of 2020, 2 months after COVID lockdowns hit. Every country must participate, and you will be transformed. A reset of capitalism. This is coming from the Davos World Economic Forum. These are the people who came up with stakeholder capitalism. You don't evaluate your business on whether it's profitable, you get a return on your money. It's all about whether you basically meet woke principles of equity, diversity, inclusion, climate, environmental goals. Their slogan became, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. This is right off their video. They later pulled this video And many people, including Ezra Levant and others, saved the video on archive. They gave away too much of their game a few years before. Whatever you want will be delivered by drone. Now, this is long before COVID, so you get the idea. There's stay-at-home kind of stuff here. Other stuff will be delivered. They even go so far as to describe you won't even own appliances. You'll rent one. If you need a blender, you hit up a little app, and then one gets delivered within minutes, and then you're finished with it. You come back, a drone will take it away. They have this arrogance of this vision of this great reset where bureaucracy is going to just be incredibly efficient. They predict 1 billion people will die of climate change, or displaced. Meat, this is about meat, it's important. It's an occasional treat, not a staple, for the good of the environment and our health, because that's one of the things they're doing. So what I'm going to talk about today is very simple. These are the intentional collapse of modern society. They're collapsing our free speech rights and currency, along with that central bank digital currency, which I'll talk a little bit about. Our current energy system, which you know all about, is being intentionally collapsed for this net zero utopian vision. Our transportation system is being collapsed. And make no mistake, a mandate for electric cars and banning of gas-powered cars creates car shortages. That's all it can do. A la Cuba, a la East Germany with the old crappy East German Trabant, where you had to be on waiting lists for years. One government-approved car was the Trabant, and that's where it's going to be here with that. So we're going to be like a Mecca with Cuba if we allow this to go through. And the secondary phrase here is, this will happen if we allow it. We can't allow it. Our ability to own home and property intentionally collapsed. Our high-yield agriculture, which I think Patrick Moore and some others are going to be talking about, is being intentionally collapsed to create man-made food shortages. And we'll talk about that, with what's going on in the Netherlands. So in I believe this was 1919, the Russian Revolution is going on. The slogan for Vladimir Lenin doing the Tsarist Russia was, the worse the better, worse is better. Now, I've done a lot of interviews in the Great Reset, and they're like, oh, that's just not going to happen. They'll never be able to achieve that vision, and that's... I'm like, it's not really about achieving their utopian vision, whether it's on energy or the ideal number of people. It's about creating a massive amount of chaos, which would then put them in charge of this chaos. We're already seeing calls to nationalize the energy industry because the free market failed to manage energy. Every time there's a blackout, more calls to nationalize it. Once they create a food shortage, we've been warned by Al Gore and the United Nations and people like James Hansen, climate will cause great food disruption. No, the climate policies will cause great food disruption. And so once their policies cause this disruption, the intentional collapse, then they get even more power and do more of the same policies. And that, make no mistake, is how they're going to get us, this chaos and shortages, get you more likely to be open to eating insects as a protein source, more likely to be eating Bill Gates' lab-grown meat, which is different than the Impossible Burger, not the vegetable. I'm talking about lab-grown meat, stem cells from a cow or a calf, grown in a steel vat, cultivated for a few months, and then literally printed up on a 3D printer. World Economic Forum loves that idea. Hey, what's for dinner, honey? Oh, I'm making a steak, one of those synthetic steaks. It'll be ready in about 20 minutes. It prints up 3 kilograms a minute or something. This is what they're literally talking about. They don't want to have us, the old system. So this is a 1932 book. This is FDR's kitchen cabinet, Stuart Chase, an economist. And his actual line in the book at the end of the 1932 book is, why should the Soviets have all the fun remaking the world? Now remember, this was during the time New York Times was praising Stalin's land reforms in Russia, his 5-year plans, the agricultural revolution. Roosevelt's cabinet got caught up in this. When he means by have all the fun, he means this vision of this ruling class elite being able to manage and plan and micromanage every aspect of your life, the administrative state. That's fun for these guys. And as I mentioned this morning, every era of history, the ruling class has tried to invent ways in which to make the rest of us lose our freedom, and they want to make us happy that we're losing our freedom. It's for our own good. We're protecting you from whether it's even terrorism or the climate or the environment or food shortages or this chaos. We'll protect you. You just have to give up your freedom. And COVID was the exact example of that. But in this book, and for Roosevelt's kitchen cabinet, He envisioned, this is incredible, control of banking, credit by the government, control of energy sources, hydroelectric, coal, petroleum, control of transportation, railway, highway, airway, control of agricultural production, state control of communication and propaganda, their phrase. What's amazing about this, they didn't achieve that all then, but this has been their goal. So they wait, it's lie in waiting. They wait for that crisis to push this. So what's happened, I think, since March of 2020 and why everything's changed, just in terms of politically for us, the once free West is copying China's one-party rule. This is the World Health Organization sent a sham investigative committee in January, February of 2020. Go see what's going on in China. At the time, China was locking down. They had the hazmat suits. They were telling people that people were dropping dead in the streets, if you believe the videos, and they were doing a complete lockdown. Well, Anthony Fauci got on board, Neil Ferguson, and the WHO, World Health Organization, said copy China. Italy did it, and then it came to the United States and globally, and we all locked down. Neil Ferguson said if China had not done the lockdown, the year would have been different. So this was done like, thank God for China. That's their mentality. So the once free West for years has lusted after this one-party Chinese-style rule. This is Tom Friedman on the pages of the New York Times. This wasn't like, oh, he said it in a blog or he was in an interview. One-party autocracy certainly has its drawbacks, but it's read by a reasonably enlightened group of people, as China is today. Don't you know they support climate change? It can also have great advantages. The one party can impose the politically difficult but critically important policies needed to move a society forward. This is our ruling class, pages in the New York Times praising China's one-party rule. United Nations climate chief, Cristina Figueres, former chief, she lamented U.S. democracy as detrimental in the war on global warming and lauded one-party China for, quote, doing it right on climate. Apple CEO Tim Cook, a few years ago, claimed China aligns completely with Apple's values. I mean, who could not look at China and just think, wow, they're so impressive, they're aligned with all of my values. Cook defended the Communist Chinese Party as very fixated on doing the right things to avert climate change. So all you with an iPhone, ditch it. Of course, Google phones and Androids probably know better, but anyway, the point is, this is the corporate government collusion. Justin Trudeau, 2013, there's a level of admiration I have for China because their basic dictatorship is allowing them to turn their economy around on a dime. Wow, good work, China. German economic professor Anthony Mueller, the lockdown and the consequences have brought a foretaste, a permanent state of fear, strict behavioral control, job loss, growing dependence on the state. So remember, that chaos that Vladimir Lenin used against Tsarist Russia, the more chaos you have, the more people dependent. We saw this when I was in the U.S. Senate. They would pass these, try to do cap and trade, and as a compensation to raise energy bills, the government would then come in and subsidize the poor. Well, that's a win-win. You get to have your Democratic donors get all the wind and solar and subsidies and make energy expensive. At the same time, you get more voters dependent on the government to pay their electric bill, which means you have more voters to guarantee your re-election, more people dependent on you. Lockdowns in this situation were very similar to, I would call it, a climate solutions on steroids, because for years they talked about planned recessions at these global climate summits. What was a lockdown except a massive government-induced recession? And they didn't work. In terms of COVID, renowned Stanford epidemiologist John Ioannidis, there was a clash between two schools of thought, authoritarian public health versus science, and science lost. And I think you could change the words there for authoritarian climate science versus science, and science lost for the climate debate as well. Klaus Schwab is you say what you will about him, he's a master strategist. He says, we penetrate the cabinets, like an old Bond villain that you'd see. And he brags about people like Justin Trudeau, half of his cabinets throughout Europe. It's amazing how the young leadership program that he's indoctrinated, much the same way Al Gore has his climate apostles that he pushes forward. The Great Reset, these are some of the cabinet members and officials and people tied with the Great Reset. We penetrate the cabinets around the world. You can watch the video of that. And when they say follow the science, this is really what it's about. The science, and you all know that in this room, the politics leads the science. So if you hear the science with a trademark next to it, it's anything but the science. Thomas Sowell, I think, put the best summation. Experts are called in not to provide factual information or analysis, but by officials to give political cover for decisions already made. So whenever you hear about, well, the experts say, it's because politically that's what they decided the experts were going to say, not because the science of any kind showed it. Otherwise, you wouldn't end up with kids in a green bubble for band practice during COVID because this was public health following the science. This actually happened. That was in Oregon. Governor Newsom, well, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, Governor Newsom, lockdowns made billionaires richer. He actually was asked about this, and he said, how can you say we're hurting the California economy? We have all these new billionaires. We're leading the world in the creation of new billionaires. Our economy's doing great in California. Well, how can you criticize? We all want to be prosperous, right? How can you criticize Newsom for that? Well, here's the problem. During these lockdowns, workers lost $3.7 trillion in earnings, with the biggest thing happening to young people, women, and minorities, actually, too. And guess how much? And billionaires made about the same exact amount. The pandemic created a new billionaire every 30 hours. So it was the largest transfer of wealth from poor middle class to the wealthy. All the mom and pop restaurants crushed. But hey, Amazon was open. Government unelected bureaucrats without a vote of parliament, Congress, city hall, town council, churches closed, weddings, funerals canceled, backyard barbecues. You could get rewards if you snitched on your neighbor. They could have their utilities cut off if you have too many people in your house. Vaccine mandates, mask mandates, but the big corporations stayed open. Walmart was open, Amazon boomed, big tech boomed, Zoom. All the small businesses, and this was always, it's harder to control the small businesses. So in terms of waiting for that moment, that crisis, don't let it go to waste, that's why lockdowns were so important to this agenda. Also, Anthony Fauci, hey, his net worth soared $12.6 million during this lockdown. And everyone making the decisions to lock down and keep these lockdowns, none of their jobs were dependent, whether it was public health official, politicians, or the big media that supported it, they were never going to be affected by these lockdowns. They all had jobs. In Australia, I don't know, Ian Plimer was up here, but Australia seemed to have lost its mind during the pandemic, probably the most authoritarian response next to China. And Canada would be a close second with Australia, and then maybe New Zealand after that. But they had authorized, under emergency powers, break into any land, structure, vehicle, whatever force, direct or prohibit movement of people, put people in quarantine. They had quarantine camps set up. They had track and trace apps. You go to a grocery store, 6 hours later, you get an alert. You were near someone who later tested positive. You might be eligible to go into a forced quarantine camp. Well, guess who? But Bill Gates, the #2 funder of the World Health Organization, thinks the whole world should emulate. He can't say China because it's a little too far. We should do exactly what Australia did. And why do we care what Bill Gates thinks? Because this man, tens of millions of dollars to the media, buys his own media, and most importantly, he is the #2 donor to the World Health Organization, which is seeking a pandemic treaty now. Bill Gates, next to the United States government, owns the World Health Organization. And they're also beholden to China, the World Health Organization. One of the best things Donald Trump did was withdraw funding and support from the United to the World Health Organization. If you think the UN is bad, you haven't looked at much into the World Health Organization. Much, much worse. So part of the thing they play is the language. This is Merriam-Webster Dictionary. They redefine the word anti-vax not to be you're against vaccines, but if you were against vaccine mandates. This was a shocking thing. So now anyone who didn't get their 6th booster was an anti-vaxxer, and that's the war language that was a corporate government collusion. Justin Trudeau said, how do we tolerate these people? It turned into an incredible demonization. We learned all this. My talk this morning is what I learned, everything I learned in the climate debate applied to COVID. I'd already understood it. And this was one of them, the demonization and attack of climate skeptics. Well, he went after unvaccinated and said, how do we tolerate these people? In a very, I don't want to be accused of Godwin's law, so I'll say a 1930s Germany way there. No one knows what I'm referring to. Bill Maher, who now is, I'm willing to welcome Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Naomi Wolf, Bill Maher, Russell Brand, Jimmy Dore. We have to build a new coalition. It's not left-right anymore. It's freedom versus tyranny. Bill Maher said of Justin Trudeau, I thought he was a cool guy. And then I read what he said about how do we tolerate the unvaccinated. It's like, tolerate? Now you sound like Hitler. And he said, this is HBO's Bill Maher, corporate America. So the idea of a permanent climate crisis, They already did this with COVID. We need a permanent pandemic because of the power. Scottish government seeks to make government powers permanent. Jane Fonda said COVID was God's gift to the left because it basically gave them everything they wanted without the messiness of democracy. Slovenia, drivers must present COVID certificates to refuel their cars. You see what's happening here. This was what happened. Your spending, and this is now central bank digital currency, this is the UK Telegraph. Your spending is now restricted to what the government deems sensible. This past year, 2022, Joe Biden issued America's first central bank digital currency executive order. We're now moving toward this sort of cashless society. And look at how frightening this is. Digital cash could be programmed to ensure it's only spent on essentials or that which an employee or government deems to be sensible. So you want to use your own money to buy meat, tobacco, alcohol, fuel up gas, or keep your thermostat a few degrees cooler. That's not sensible. That's not a sensible expense to the government. This is what's coming down, and this is the ultimate corporate government. When Justin Trudeau didn't like the trucker protest, he literally picked up the phone. First of all, he declared the Emergencies Act, which made them into domestic terrorists. He picks up the phone, calls the bankers, and says, I want you to cut off access to all these truckers, their own money. This wasn't like, we'll cut off access to services. The truckers couldn't access their own money that was in these banks. And then if you made a donut or coffee for them, you would have access to your money cut off as well. He also had their insurance canceled for boot. That is corporate government collusion. We used to call it fascism. This is Donald Trump's national security advisor, Flynn, Chase Bank, after careful consideration, because of his relationship with Donald Trump, they didn't like it. They considered an advisor to Donald Trump a, quote, reputational risk to Chase Bank. And they canceled them. Now, there was a huge outcry, and they later came back on. But we've seen similar stuff with Airbnb. If they don't like your politics, they take it away. We saw it with the GoFundMe sites. If the ruling elites don't like the cause, they take the money, and they were going to give it to someone else, and then they ended up being forced to refund it. But we're not far from the day where you're going to have your card decline. I think I'll talk about it a little bit here about the MasterCard and the United Nations teaming up to have the carbon footprint cards, and it cuts off your spending when you hit your max. Big tech censorship is government censorship. We saw Anthony Fauci and the head of the NIH colluding to stop the Barrington Declaration. We've seen the United Nations claim they own the science on climate change. We saw the Biden administration providing lists of names, and they're all shut down. It's not like, oh, these are private companies, they can do what they want. This is absolute government farming out its censorship in violation of our First Amendment. Flicking the kill, governments embrace internet shutdowns as a form of control. In these pandemic planning sessions, Event 201, Rockefeller, they talked openly, and the preceding ones right before COVID hit, they had these simulated events with actors and movies stuff. They talked about misinformation and shutting down the global internet, global communication to prevent misinformation. So they're going after your speech. This is New Zealand Prime Minister actually said, we, the government, will continue to be your single source of truth during COVID. Trust the government. Of course, Anthony Fauci, I am the science. The UN declares we own the science and the world should know it. And of course, Google partnered with them to make sure that results from the Heartland Institute or anyone else, Anthony Watts or Climate Depot, would be suppressed. This is how they do it. Love this quote from John Kennedy. This was during the founding of Voice of America. We should not be afraid to entrust people with unpleasant facts, foreign ideas, competitive values. A nation afraid to let people judge the truth in falsehood in an open market is a nation afraid of its people. They are terrified of us. And the idea, the key line in this is judge the truth in falsehood. That's what they don't think we can do. That's what the whole world of fact-checking. In fact, CFACT is being, our website, we're being investigated for a possible fact-check, these ratings groups that come out. COVID climate reset. The next crisis is already waiting for us around the corner. It is the climate crisis, Klaus Schwab. So Richard Lindzen, who's here, I use this in my book for my key climate chapter. I love this quote. It's from Richard Lindzen in 2009. I don't know if he remembers saying it, but it's hard to imagine a better leverage point than CO2 to assume control over a society. If you gain control, you, so to speak, control everything. Well, they imagined it. A fear of a virus that was weaponizing our breath became actually even more powerful than carbon dioxide, and they were able to achieve everything they wanted. It called a flu d'etat. Overnight, we basically became part of the Green New Deal. Everything that ever wanted was implemented immediately. A stop of air travel, school promises of free health care, status quo, ability of people to sit at home without working, receive a paycheck. This was the fantasy that they'd had. World Health Organization, climate is the greatest challenge. This was done a year and a half before COVID hit, so they're set. Remember, climate cannot stand on its own anymore. I do not believe. I believe it's going to be climate, COVID merged together. I'll explain here in a second. Climate lockdowns, I won't spend too much time here, but it is interesting. The origin of the phrase lockdown is a prison term. It's meant to control the movement of inmates. This is interesting. Eva de Boer, UN Chief Climate Advisor, 2013, said the only way we can achieve these temperature goals is to shut down the whole economy. Well, gee, that's 7 years before we actually did shut down the whole economy. November 2019, a few months before we were verifying COVID and before the hysteria hit, the UN demanded, this is from the UN website, 7% yearly cut in CO2 just 6 months before COVID lockdowns began. 7% in November 2019, follow me. By December 2020, 1 year later, guess what? World carbon dioxide emissions fell 7% in 2020. Now, do you want to bet against the UN? They called it, it happened, and they got exactly what they wanted. I was impressed. I don't know how they did it, but that was eerie. I was doing searching of this, and I came across this. They called 7%, and then it happened. 2021 demand, continued lockdown-like emissions. Actual headline, UK Guardian, global lockdown needed every 2 years, needed to meet Paris goals. There you go. It's all we got to do. Just have lockdowns every 2 years, and we can finally solve global warming. Why can't people just go along with it? COVID lockdown helps save the planet. It's not only good for the virus, but it's good for the planet. How could you lockdown deniers? So here's what's funny. They'll say, oh, this is a conspiracy. At the last Heartland conference, we had the UK reporter here. Climate lockdown is a conspiracy. A Bill Gates, George Soros-funded professor in Europe, Mariana Mazzucato, coined the term climate lockdowns. She said the world may need to resort to lockdowns again, this time to tackle a climate emergency. So they're using it. Their experts that they fund are using that. Under a climate lockdown, limit private vehicle use, ban consumption of red meat, impose extreme energy saving. So remember, COVID was not wasted. These emergency powers immediately pressure on Biden to declare a national climate emergency. From Sanders, Ocasio-Cortez, many Democrats in the Senate, climate activists, Scientific American, we're living in a climate emergency, we're going to say so. Here's the key. You go back, and I mentioned this earlier, but the fall of the Roman Republic, through the Middle Ages, and throughout history, the Third Reich, the greatest abuses of human rights occurred during these emergency powers. Politicians love and abuse them. This is a BBC analysis about these emergency power abuse. The similarities between 9/11 and the abuse of emergency powers. What happened during 9/11 were all terrorists. The 2001 Patriot Act, which was sort of derivative from the 9/11 terrorist emergency power, which we're still living under that emergency act, has not gone away, allowed domestic surveillance of our citizens. And this is why one of the reasons during the school board, angry parents at all these school board meetings, they were declared domestic terrorists by the Biden administration. We're still living in the 9/11 climate terrorism emergency, and it just keeps getting extended. It's bipartisan. COVID emergency powers were ineffective. They found out that the response bottom 7 of the surveyed measures, so they don't even work. Interestingly enough, and according to this analysis, even when you declare a natural disaster, use emergency powers for natural disasters and declare a disaster area, they don't really help anything with the disasters. The body count, controlling for disaster, it doesn't really matter. So all this political pressure, we got to declare a disaster area, it doesn't actually help the area, according to the BBC analysis. Biden could declare a climate emergency as soon as this week. This was last summer, and there's now talk for him renewing that in his final term in office. Estimated to give him 130 different powers. And again, this is what they're looking for. They don't need Congress, don't need no stinking democracy. This is the CO2 monitoring card I mentioned, shuts you off when you hit your carbon max, corporate government collusion, or in this case it would be corporate international organization with the UN collusion and the World Economic Forum. The International Energy Agency went kind of weird. I always thought they were more of a normal organization when I was in the Senate. They gave a lot of good data. They become very woke, for lack of a better word, which is now considered a racist term, by the way, if you say woke, according to Soledad O'Brien of CNN. Anyone who uses the word woke is now equivalent of using a racist term. But Their 2001 International Energy Agency report urged behavioral changes to fight climate, a shift away from private car use, upper speed limit, thermostat control, limits on your hot water. Keep in mind, this isn't a Greenpeace blog or Sierra Club. This is the International Energy Agency report. UK-funded report, absolute zero. Same language, urged climate lock to stop flying, no new roads, airport closures, stop eating beef, stop doing anything that causes emissions. The last one is chilling, whereas Greg Wrightstone will appreciate this. Regulate carbon dioxide similar to asbestos. Now, we inhale oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide. So can you imagine we're gonna need hazmat suits for everyone in this room if you get near anyone? This is in their report. I read the transcript. This was debated in the UK government, this report. And what was sad was that all of the ones that were supposed to be on our side fighting against this, they were terrified to challenge any of the premises. They were sort of the, oh, not so fast, me too, I won't challenge it. Very disappointed. Journal Nature, COVID lockdowns key to begin personal carbon allowances. Restrictions on individuals unthinkable have us more prepared to accept tracking and limitation. British Medical Journal calls for meat dairy price hikes. Substantially fewer car journeys, 80% drop in meat consumption. You see where this is going? These are major medical journals now. We're not talking, again, we're not talking about, oh, I found some obscure quote from George Monbiot. No, this is the actual power centers of our science, government, corporate, academia. 230 medical journals declared COVID-19 response the template for climate. Well, what does that mean? No democracy, emergency powers, imposing, doing whatever you want, a la China. It's very clear about what they're doing. Freedom of movement. Electric vehicles won't save us. We need to get rid of cars completely. You'll go nowhere and be happy. Let's update that. This just happened last month. Biden administration, new strategy to address climate. Don't leave your house. They're looking for more remote work, virtual interactions. Does that sound like a world you want to live in? This is where they're headed with it. Scottish government also just declared era of unconstrained growth in car use is over. Pete Buttigieg, every transportation decision is a 21st century, is a climate decision in the 21st century. Every transportation decision is a climate decision. Owning a car, outdated 20th century thinking. Make no mistake, they're not coming after gas-powered cars. They're coming after cars, including electric cars. They're also coming after your home. Houses pose more danger to climate than vehicles. Rethinking home ownership. This is a professor, UCLA urban planning. Given the scope of the climate crisis, we need another kind, away from our ideologies of ownership. How many of you here are guilty of any kind of ideology of ownership? Ideology's bad, bad. They want you to go toward a more collective, healthy, and just city. Owning something creates social injustice. This is according to the United Nations Conference on Human Settlements, Vancouver. Land cannot be treated as an ordinary asset. Its private land ownership is a principal instrument of accumulation and concentration of wealth, therefore contributes to social injustice. So basically, if you own land, that's a racist act. You'll own nothing and be happy. Don't have to worry about it because Bill Gates is buying it up. Bill Gates, they were worried about China, Bill Gates, who's going to own the most farmland. I'm happy to report that a homegrown American, Bill Gates, has stuffed China and is now the single largest farmland owner. But here's a question. Do you want Bill Gates? Who would you rather be America's largest single farmland owner, Bill Gates or China? I'm not going to, I have to think about it. It's like Jack Benny. I'm thinking. You know, it's a hard one to answer. Bill Gates, according to NBC News, America's biggest farmland owner, and here's what I like, NBC News reports, he's not the one in overalls. He's not the one on the tractor doing the farming. He's the landlord. Oh, really? For a second there, I was thinking this was Green Acres and Bill and Melinda were out there and Mr. Haney was trying to sell him a rusty old tractor, but no. Why does Bill Gates want to own this farmland? Why does he want sway in agricultural policy? His whole goal is lab-grown synthetic meat, investing billions of dollars, grown in the steel vats that's going to replace meat. He doesn't want anyone in the developing world to eat actual livestock-made meat. He wants you to eat his lab-grown stuff. Great Diet Reset, this is what I was telling you about, 6 kilograms of meat an hour. They brag the machine can print up to this fake meat, this synthetic meat. World Economic Forum really wants you to eat insects, good grub. Drink up, cockroach milk is the protein drink you didn't know you've been missing. And here's my favorite, and I think David Legates is going to be talking about nitrous oxide, but here's the gist. Your urine, your pee, is now a dangerous warming agent. And how come it's in the Scientific American, it's a peer-reviewed study in the journal The Frontier in Ecology. Eating too much protein makes pee a pollutant problem. Pee can contribute to global warming. So there you go. So we need to stop peeing, you need to stop exhaling. It's very simple steps we can take if you care. What do I have, doctor? Climate change. Official doctor in Canada diagnosed a patient as suffering, had heat stroke. And of course, they also want to add climate as a cause of death on death certificates. You see where this is going. Nightly death toll counts. Harvard School of Public Health links COVID and climate. The root cause of climate increases pandemics. We need to take action to prevent the next pandemic. So this is it. If you don't support the Green New Deal, the UN Paris Agreement, you are a grandma killer, because they're going to end up leading to unchecked climate change, which will then lead to more viruses. That's the new memo. And I'm not, again, this is the Harvard School of Public Health. I'm not pulling some obscure blogger and say, oh, look, this is what, no, I'm not doing this for entertainment. They're screaming this at us right now. Anyway, climate change will make pandemics more likely. This is journal Nature study. COVID-19 is awful. Climate could be worse. That's Bill Gates. The reality, of course, destroys the claim. I think this is from Anthony Watts. What's up with that? Yes, Anthony Watts. 100 years, then almost 99% drop in death when they're trying to scare you that climate's going to kill everyone. The big news right now, you'll see this next week and coming days, this new pandemic treaty. And this is the Washington Post. They call it a radical pandemic treaty. One Bill Gates-funded scientist, the WHO, will be able to declare a public health emergency, shut down globally. The Biden administration is trying to commit us to this treaty, makes the UN Paris Agreement look like child's play. This is really one of our biggest fights, the fight for freedom. Next up, your kids, is having a baby in 2021 pure environmental vandalism. How many people have engaged in environmental vandalism here? I'm good. Okay. If you're speechless, that's because climate change is the cause. Climate change is accelerating the loss of language and maybe common sense. I don't know. So keep calm and trust the experts. Which experts should you trust? The EPA chief. He was just at the Ohio train derailment. Trust the government. That was his message as he gingerly sipped that water, I noticed, in the lady's house. And by the way, train derailments 2020, Greta Thunberg, blamed on climate change because of bad weather. So the New York Times, critical thinking leads to misinformation. Don't go down the rabbit hole of critical thinking. Now, I'm talking to you, Patrick Moore. I'm talking to you, Ian. Stop this critical thinking. This is getting in the way. It's not helping in the fight against misinformation. You must not do your own research when it comes to science. Why would you? Just trust the government. The government will be your single source of information. You've heard it over and over. Questioning authority had been too much of a good thing. It's killing people. Let me change it. You're all killing people because you're questioning it. Stop questioning. Let's let people live. And I love this, Slate magazine. It's time to give up on facts. What the hell? All right. Actually, lay them down temporarily in favor of a more useful weapon, emotions. That's why Greta says, I want you to panic. Why? Because then you can't think logically and you'll go along with whatever crap they're pushing. Economist Milton Friedman said, free societies, the kind we've been lucky enough to experience for the last 150 years, are a rare exception in human history. And this next line is frightening. Most people, most of history, have lived in tyranny and misery. We can never forget that. We can't just assume that the American experiment's going to continue on when we've allowed all these threats to go unchecked up till now. So, the lowest level of politics was the greatest power against the whole COVID lockdown, led to the dropping of mask mandates in San Francisco, Washington, Baltimore, New York, Philadelphia, because angry parents changed an election in Virginia, almost toppled a governor. Democrats did focus groups, got terrified that their own base wanted it to end, and that's why they lifted this is according to the New York Times, lifted all the mask mandates and vax mandates in all the major cities. We need emergency power reform. We can argue all you want about persuasion, but we need to stop this, and this is from Competitive Enterprise Institute, we need to stop this cycle of declaring emergencies, and the problem is we're about to get a climate emergency declaration. There's also gun violence declaration, there's a misinformation public, and all these public health emergencies. So the Great Reset should be the Great Resist or the Great Reject. And that's how you should talk to your friends. And I just say this has been the time when conspiracy realities have outnumbered conspiracy theories. All of this will only happen if we allow it. So thank you very much. CFACT, appreciate the opportunity. Sorry, thank you. Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, we did ask you to pinch hit at the very last minute, and that was a home run, so thank you, my friend. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but we're going to try to get right back on it. The next panels begin outside. They technically begin at 2:30. We will try to start them as close to that as possible. I realize that does give you 4 minutes, so don't stampede. Take your time, but the program begins again for the rest of the afternoon, and have a good one.
All right, let's spend the last 15 minutes or so talking about good old St. Fauci. So, Dr. Anthony Fauci is retiring. Fauci, who has been in the public health sector for more than 50 years and served as an advisor to every president since Ronald Reagan, is set to finally put down his stethoscope in December. Well, if we want to be more accurate about it, he's going to put down his lapel mic because he's seemingly just on every news station for the past 2.5 years in December. The idea that this guy is an absolute egomaniac. So
no way.
Right. So the first clip that I want to play is the one that we've covered before, which is the basically Fauci claiming that he is science. So let's go ahead and play that one.
He is science.
One of the things that I have spoken about consistently from the very beginning have been fundamentally based on science. Sometimes those things were inconvenient truths for people, and there was pushback against me. So if you are trying to, get at me as a public health official and a scientist, you're really attacking not only Dr. Anthony Fauci, you're attacking science. And anybody that looks at what's going on clearly sees that. You have to be asleep not to see that. That is what's going on.
Anyone who
Science
refers to
and the
themselves in the
truth
third person should be banned from government
Oh,
service.
there's plenty of that. There's plenty of that.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I apologize for me like visually cringing at this because this stuff is nails on a chalkboard to me. I apologize, but Fauci's office is essentially a shrine unto himself. And on his desk, you'll see that there's a little Anthony Fauci bobblehead. Over on the right, there's like a little magazine spread. And then up on the left there with the big red circle, if you're watching the video version of this podcast, is a giant self-portrait. Or not self-portrait, because I don't think he drew it himself, but it's a portrait of Fauci. He's sitting there doing work under a giant portrait of himself. This guy is on a whole nother level when it comes to egomaniacs. Chris, what do you think?
Well, Donnie, I can say that my office does not look like that. Your office does not look like that. And Jim's office definitely doesn't look like that because we're humble people. We don't have to erect, shrines to ourselves that we just, can stare at all day long.
I'm actually kind of hoping that the left is like, well, we need to create our own our own social media thing now. And it'll be like censored.com.
Yeah.
And everything that one person is offended by can report it and it's immediately removed.
Right.
I mean, just be a blank website.
Not Twitter, Quitter.
Quitter.
Quitter. It's great. No free speech. Everyone gets banned all the time. It's basically a digital gulag. It sounds exactly like what they want. I mean, that's what they should do. Donnie and I talked about this. We think there should be a left-wing social media company. Yeah, this is what Elon Musk should do. He should start another Twitter that's just like Twitter, except it's for the left. And it has a little button on it that instead of is like a love button, it's like I'm an offended button. Yeah. And you click on the I'm offended button and automatically the tweet goes away. So anyone who's offended can get rid of anything that's offensive at any time.
Right.
They'll have no posts, inevitably. Everything will be banned constantly. But that's a safe space. That's what safe spaces look like, right?
Right. Yeah, safespace.com.
Have you heard the claim that we're in the midst of a climate crisis? How about that there's a scientific consensus regarding climate science? For years, the corporate media, activist celebrities, and power-hungry politicians have attempted to silence any rebuttal to the climate catastrophe narrative by claiming 97% of all climate scientists believe climate change is primarily anthropogenic and catastrophic.
Some 97% of scientists have concluded that climate change is real, it is caused by human activity, and it is already causing devastating problems in our country and around the world.
This claim has never been true, but now it's quantifiably false. In tandem with the Fairleigh Dickinson University poll, we anonymously surveyed 400 meteorologists and climatologists to see if the 97% claim stands up to inspection. Here's what we found. To start, 97% of scientists don't think climate change is primarily anthropogenic, nor is it catastrophic. 59% of those surveyed said that climate change will cause significant harm, not 97%. The interesting aspect is that participants under the age of 30 indicated climate change would cause significant harm at a far higher rate than those aged 50 and over. Essentially, the more experience someone has in the fields related to the Earth's climate, the less they worry about a climate catastrophe. The politicization of America's public education system could very well be the source of this massive discrepancy. But this response highlights more than the fallacy that there's a scientific consensus. It obfuscates political reliance on science that clearly requires further discussion. Here are the facts. Global carbon dioxide concentrations have increased in the 21st century. Due to higher CO2 concentrations, crop production is increasing year after year across the globe, in rich and poor nations alike, regardless of wealth and technological advancements. Extreme weather events are not becoming more frequent or severe. And, most importantly, climate-related deaths have decreased more than 13,000% since 1920. Data simply does not support the end-is-near position on climate change. So why are some still saying climate change will cause catastrophic harm? There's no simple answer. The U.S. government provides much of the funding behind climate science. Saying climate change is a problem the government must solve greatly increases a scientist's odds of being funded. And we are not disagreeing with the claim that there can be negative effects to a changing climate. Rarely is any issue truly black and white. The real debate comes down to weighing these effects against the benefits we're experiencing. So no, there is not a consensus. We don't need to censor people who want to debate policies aimed at curbing CO2 emissions. Differing viewpoints being put under scrutiny is the basis of scientific research. And allowing scientific discourse is the only way that society can be confident the course of action we take is based on sound reasoning, not political will. Have you heard that free markets provide goods and services more efficiently than government? It's true, but why? Well, it all comes down to incentives. Let's analyze how this works. Here, we have a 2x2 grid. On the x-axis, we see your money and someone else's money. The y-axis contains buying for yourself and buying for someone else. Inside the grid, we'll measure two outcomes. These are price sensitivity and concern for quality. Price sensitivity measures the effect price has on demand. If a higher price reduces demand, the consumer is price sensitive. If a higher price does not reduce demand, then the consumer is not price sensitive. First, we'll look at your money and buying for yourself. If you're buying something for yourself and are using your own money, you'll have a high degree of price sensitivity and a high concern for quality. Rational thought indicates individuals will have a high concern for both price and quality when buying goods and services for themselves. Second, let's look at buying for yourself with someone else's money. Again, you're buying something for yourself, so you will have a high concern for quality. This time, you're using someone else's money, so you will not have a high concern for cost and are not price sensitive. Next comes your money and buying for someone else. You will be price sensitive because it's your own money. Because you're buying for someone else, your care for quality decreases. It's price which is important. Finally comes using someone else's money and buying for someone else. In this scenario, you have a low concern for price and a low concern for quality. It's not your money, and the good or service is not for you. This is the outcome that has the lowest price sensitivity and the lowest concern for quality. Here's what this means on a societal scale. The top left quadrant represents purchases made by individual consumers for themselves. In this quadrant, consumers have the highest care for both price and quality. The bottom right quadrant represents government. Governments tax their citizens to purchase goods and services for people. Thus, it's using someone else's money gained from taxation to purchase goods for someone else. This leads to a low concern for quality and cost. Now let's analyze the grid in terms of health insurance. The top left quadrant, consisting of high price sensitivity and high concern for quality, represents a free market insurance system. People will care about both the price and the quality of their insurance, pushing companies to offer good services at a competitive price. The top right quadrant, consisting of low price sensitivity and high concern for quality, represents theft. If you use someone else's money to buy health insurance for yourself, you're not going to care about the price, but will care about the quality. Think of it like this. If somebody steals from you to buy a TV, are they going to buy a mid-range model or the best TV money can buy? They're going to buy the best TV because it's not their money. The same will occur when purchasing health insurance for yourself
with someone else's money. The bottom left quadrant, consisting of high price sensitivity and low concern for quality, represents individuals or businesses purchasing health insurance for someone else. One example is employer-provided health insurance. Employers will have high price sensitivity because it's their money being spent. However, concern for quality is low. You're buying for someone else, so price will be a more important factor than quality. And finally comes the bottom right quadrant, consisting of a low price sensitivity and a low concern for quality. This quadrant represents a Medicare for All plan. Governments will use someone else's money, acquired through taxation, to purchase health insurance for someone else. Because the government is not purchasing this health insurance for itself, it will not have a high concern for quality. More, these purchases use someone else's money. There's no good reason to be price sensitive. All government-provided goods and services fall into this category. When people talk about markets being more efficient than government for providing goods and services, they are referring to this chart. Government will never be as efficient for providing a good or a service as people who purchase for themselves. So next time someone tries to tell you Medicare for All is cheaper than private insurance, draw this chart out and get them on the right path.
Thanks for watching this video. Please subscribe to our channel and consider donating to the Heartland Institute to support more vibrant free markets, greater individual liberties, and more videos like this one.
It's been 2 years since COVID-19 reached the United States. Since then, Americans have dealt with a swath of pandemic policy prescriptions across the country. In California, you were told to not see family during Thanksgiving. In Florida, you were barely locked down at all. Now it's time to ask the question, how did each state fare? Did more stringent lockdowns save lives, or did they devastate the economy and lives of young students while offering little health benefit? A comprehensive and revealing study from the National Bureau of Economic Research provides answers to that question. And the results defy the quote-unquote mainstream medical and media wisdom, especially when the mainstream opinion stated lockdowns were the only moral policy to deal with the pandemic. The study from Casey Mulligan, Stephen Moore, and Phil Kerpen compares COVID outcomes from all 50 states and the District of Columbia based on 3 variables: the economy, education, and mortality. To start, economic performance was based on 2 measures: unemployment and GDP. Obviously, state economies emphasize different industries. Since the pandemic had a far more negative effect on certain industries such as entertainment, energy production, mining, hotels, and food, the final unemployment and GDP results are adjusted for industry composition. For example, the collapse of tourism hit Nevada hard as trips to Vegas dwindled with the lockdowns and threat of disease. Energy-heavy states also suffered mass unemployment due to the global collapse of demand for energy. Education was based on the in-person schooling percentage for the 2020 to 2021 school year, with hybrid schooling weighted half. School closures may prove to be one of the costliest policy decisions made during the pandemic. A National Institutes of Health analysis found that life expectancy for high school graduates is 4 to 6 years longer than high school dropouts. Before the pandemic, 0.4% of high school students dropped out. During the pandemic, that figure increased to 2%. Applied to the whole population, America's public schools lost more than 1.1 million students in 2020. That means public high school closures led to an expected 4.4 to 6.6 million years of life lost in just the 2020 school year. That figure only accounts for public high school closures. It doesn't account for the dip in college admissions and the decline in quality of education when done remotely. One study found that school closures in 2019 to 2020 led to 13.8 million years of life lost. Closing the public school is a decision entirely under the control of policymakers. Almost all private schools were open. Mortality was determined by two measures: COVID-associated deaths reported to the CDC and all-cause excess mortality. The most widely accepted measure of pandemic impact on mortality is the all-cause death measurement. It captures the near-term mortality effects lockdown policies had, such as higher drug and alcohol-related deaths, and differences in underlying health being measured relative to the population's baseline. The infection mortality risk of COVID is extremely age-related, being 8,700 times higher in those aged 85 plus versus those aged 5 to 17. Thus, an age adjustment was applied to the number of observed deaths in each age group to bring the numbers in line with the standard U.S. population. The two other main mortality factors are obesity and diabetes. Both significantly increase the mortality risk of COVID-19 infection. Adjustments were made to bring those factors to baseline as well. One major study from Rand Corporation researchers found that lockdowns increased all-cause mortality to a statistically significant extent. Let's look at how these measures relate to each other. First, we have lockdown economies and mortality rates. Looking at this chart from the study, we can see that lockdown economies did not have better health outcomes. Simply put, the idea that Florida was willingly killing its citizens by keeping lockdowns brief was disconnected from reality. Because we know that the lockdowns did increase all-cause deaths, it's fair to say that stringent lockdown policies led to more deaths than if people were given the freedom to protect themselves as they saw fit. There was also a strong relationship between that underwent longer lockdowns, faced more all-cause death, and more expected years of lives lost due to school closures. Finally, let's combine all these measurements to find the top 10 and bottom 10 states in terms of mortality, economy, and education. The top-rated states, in order, are Utah, Nebraska, Vermont, Montana, South Dakota, Florida, New Hampshire, Maine, Arkansas, and Idaho. The bottom 10 are New Jersey, the District of Columbia, New York, New Mexico, California, Illinois, Maryland, Nevada, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania. These bottom 10 are dominated by states and the District of Columbia that had the most stringent lockdowns and were last to open up schools. And largely, their economies are still behind most others recovering from the pandemic. Remember when New York Governor Andrew Cuomo was praised for saving lives? He didn't. His policies devastated New York's economy and will have long-lasting impacts. Here is the main takeaway. The lockdowns did not save lives, but they did devastate economies and education. Governor Ron DeSantis was correct to end the lockdowns as mortality rates did not increase while economic and educational performance did. Freedom would have been the best solution.
Thanks for watching this video. Please subscribe to our channel and consider donating to the Heartland Institute to support more vibrant free markets, greater individual liberties, and more videos like this one.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I'm Linnea Lucan, Research Fellow at the Heartland Institute's Arthur B. Robinson Center on Climate and Environmental Policy. This is the third episode in our energy series, and today we're going to talk about biofuels, specifically those that are used in place of or in addition to gasoline. Ethanol and biodiesel are often propped up as these eco-friendly alternatives for regular gas, but are they? We're going to explore what these fuels are, how they're possibly a net detriment to the environment and even to human health. Ethanol is a simple alcohol, like the kind we drink, but for this video, we're specifically talking about it in the context of a gasoline additive or replacement. Ethanol is a biofuel, and it's going to be made from corn, sugarcane, or other agricultural products. Biodiesel, on the other hand, is made from vegetable oil, plant-based oils from other sources, and sometimes even used cooking grease. In the United States, most of the biodiesel you'll see is going to be made from soybeans. There are a few reasons why we use ethanol in our fuel, but the primary reason right now is because it's government mandated, at least at the levels that we use it today. The oil embargo of 1973 convinced the US government that we needed to find some other source, an alternative fuel or an additive, in order to reduce our need for foreign oil. In 2002, an additive that we were using as an oxygenate, called methyl tertiary butyl ether, was suspected of contaminating groundwater and was subsequently banned.
If you don't know about it yet, you will. It's a gasoline additive that is contaminating drinking water from Maine to California and has been called the biggest environmental crisis of the next decade. How did MTBE end up in gasoline? Well, 10 years ago, Congress told the oil companies to put it there, either MTBE or some other oxygenate that would make gasoline burn cleaner.
Ethanol replaces MTBE as the oxygenate that we use in our fuel today. Further cementing ethanol's spot in our fuel blends today was the Energy Policy Act of 2005. That's when Congress passed what's called the Renewable Fuel Standard Program. This policy requires that more and more of these so-called renewable fuels are used over time. You can see this change reflected in this chart that I've included from the Energy Information Administration. Really clearly, you can see a huge jump in the amount of ethanol that's used in our fuel mix. And it's obvious that it's the Energy Policy Act that promoted it, not a natural growth of the technology. Besides the politics and the government mandates, people who are big supporters of ethanol blending are going to argue that it's beneficial in some other ways, not just for getting us off of foreign oil. As I'll discuss later, there's reasons why that excuse itself is obviously not good enough. But they'll also say that ethanol has a higher octane value than gasoline, meaning it burns more slowly and can increase that energy efficiency just a bit. High-performance cars need a higher octane rating because they tend to have higher compression ratios in their engines, and they need a fuel that won't ignite too quickly. Blending ethanol into the gasoline can improve that octane rating. Biodiesel, similar to ethanol, has a better cetane rating, which is a similar concept. Concerns about climate change have also led some people to promote ethanol. They argue that it's a renewable fuel with a lower carbon dioxide emissions than gasoline, but there is a catch to that, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So everything sounds pretty straightforward and reasonable, except it's not quite so simple. Let's just start with the replacement value of ethanol for gasoline. Despite having that higher octane rating that I talked about, ethanol has significantly lower energy density than gasoline. So about 20 megajoules per liter for ethanol, while gasoline produces about 33 megajoules per liter. As a result, your fuel economy will decline when ethanol and biodiesel are used and blended into your regular gasoline or diesel. It takes about 1.5 times more fuel to travel the same distance on a biofuel than on gasoline alone. And the more biofuel you add, the lower that vehicle's fuel economy becomes. Ethanol also attracts water, which can separate out and cause all sorts of engine problems, especially in smaller engines. This is also part of the reason why it's not shipped by pipeline. It causes way too many issues down the line, it shortens the life of the pipeline itself, and it can also cause some damage to some of the monitoring equipment that they put on the pipelines. Ethanol blends are not safe for use in small engines like a lawnmower or a weed whacker, boats, or many other older vehicles because it corrodes the rubber components and also some plastics. Biodiesel also has a gelling problem, or it begins to form ice crystals and you get a sort of waxy mixture at a higher temperature than regular diesel fuel will. So in extreme cases, it can begin to gel at temperatures as high as 60 degrees, but usually it's more often around something like 14 degrees and below if you have a halfway decent biofuel. This is why there's a blend change in the winter if you ever notice that the gasoline blends or the diesel blends are a little bit different in the northern states than they are in the south. It's because different blends of biodiesel have some different petroleum-based additives in order to mitigate that effect. During that polar vortex a few years ago, trucks coming out of states that don't normally have to winterize their fuel as much, like Florida, were getting stuck on the highway or at overnight truck stops, especially if they stopped for a few hours, as their fuel gelled in the extreme cold. As for emissions, when fuel economy, like I talked about it before, is taken into account, ethanol does not look quite so good. In kilograms of CO2 per energy output equivalent, ethanol comes in at about 4 kilograms of CO2 and regular gas at 3.3. Not a huge difference there, but it's not the CO2 savings that proponents advertise either. Also, if you take into account the land use and the production of ethanol feedstocks, at least one study found that corn ethanol emissions under the renewable fuel standard are likely to be about 24% higher, actually, and that's just CO2. Another study shows that using higher ethanol fuel blends increases air pollutants like particulate pollutants, ozone, sulfur oxides, especially during the summer months in some places, like especially downtown in big cities like Los Angeles. The EPA agrees, which is one reason why usually higher percentage ethanol blends like E15 are not allowed to be sold in the summertime. Other countries, in particular Brazil, which relies heavily on E85 ethanol fuel for their vehicles, suffer from the expansion of sugarcane plantations into the Amazon and other once protected ecosystems and wetlands. Cities in Brazil actually have quite a bit of ground level air pollution due to high ethanol use. Because more land is being dedicated to the type of corn used for ethanol, less is available for food. So some estimates find that the price of corn was driven up by something like 30% due to the renewable fuel standard mandates. But what about decreasing our dependence on foreign oil? That's something that's pertinent right now and important, and a lot of people care about that, including myself. Well, as I've explained in the first video of the series, fracking and other innovative exploration and production techniques have radically changed the balance of U.S. import and exports on both natural gas and oil. This chart that you see is from the Energy Information Administration, and you can see how sudden the change was. Interestingly, this is a little bit after the renewable fuel standards came into play, but since ethanol really never displaced all that much foreign oil in the first place, because we're still only blending it up to maybe 15% in some areas at some times of the year, we can't attribute that climb to that policy. In fact, the regulations on blending biofuels are so out of touch, we actually have been forced to import a lot of those fuels, especially when companies try to meet the unrealistic requirements demanding increasing amounts of cellulosic biofuel, which is just an entire nightmare of its own. Cellulosic biofuel is made from wood chips, switchgrass, other kind of woody or fibrous materials, not necessarily the fruit or like the grain of a corn or something. A waiver is included in this requirement, though. The EPA themselves say in a June 2020 updated rules document that the projected volumes of cellulosic biofuel production for 2020, 2021, and 2022 are all significantly less than the volume targets in the statute. Since production cannot be met of cellulosic biofuels due to the unreliability and the low yield of that fuel, plus constant commercial failures of facilities that have been set up to produce it, the EPA was forced to adjust their standards and their expectations on it. We also should briefly cover the Renewable Identification Numbers, or RINs, or I think I'm going to call them RINs for the rest of this, because they're at the center of a lot of controversy, and it's one of those things in the ethanol mandates that make the whole situation seem a little bit more like a scam of some kind than an actual policy. Smaller refiners and gasoline retailers can't easily keep up with these mandates to blend more and more ethanol into gasoline over time, so renewable identification numbers, or those RINs, are available as a sort of credit system to smaller companies so that they can purchase them from larger, more integrated companies, as in those that have, an exploration for oil and the refining process all the way down the line. Those companies are more able to make more ethanol blend fuel than they necessarily need, and so every gallon of biofuel gets a unique RIN or RIN number. In other words, RINs are certificates that are generated by companies that make or blend or import biofuels and are purchased by other fuel makers or retailers so that they can remain compliant with the Renewable Fuel Standards program. It's a little bit like a biofuel cap and trade, but with no cap. According to EPA data, as of 2020, RINs can cost anywhere from a few cents to $3.50 per gallon of fuel. As the mandates increased over time, the RINs increased in price. The higher costs are then passed on to consumers usually, or it's resulted in totally driving small mom-and-pop gasoline stations out of business. Retail companies like Walmart that can blend their own fuel and get those RINs are able to sell them back to refiners they buy their gas from as basically like a subsidy, where they can then get a big discount from the refiners and become far more competitive in gasoline pricing than the smaller retailers like those mom and pop shops I was talking about could ever afford. There have been issues with people fraudulently producing RINs without actually making any fuel as a result of how easy it is to just trade in these certificates instead of a physical product. The RIN system is a really complex issue and one that we could probably take a few hours discussing, but I think this is sufficient for a brief overview. Many complex issues arise with the use, and especially the government-mandated use of these biofuels. I would argue that more and more people are starting to see that these problems are there a lot more clearly than they had in recent decades. But to wrap it up, my thought is this. While biofuels have some limited benefits as an octane booster, and in some racing sports especially, and I've also heard arguments that leftover fermented grain makes good food for livestock, the benefits don't really outweigh the significant costs broad biofuel mandates from the federal government have imposed. This is especially the case because we could easily be energy independent without it. And, maybe ethanol will make sense in the future if researchers can discover a cost-effective way of producing it from switchgrass or those cellulosic biofuels that I was talking about, or other agricultural waste. But corn makes a lot more sense as food than as fuel. And I'd argue that corn-based grain alcohols are better served on the rocks.
No, I thought not.
May I suggest a drink, sir? Bourbon, perhaps.
That sounds perfect.
Hey everyone, make sure to subscribe and hit the like button, and if you are so inclined, share this video. It helps us out a lot. There are 2 other videos in this series so far that you can take a look at. The links might be on the screen, and they might be somewhere else. Also check out our weekly Climate Roundtable live stream. We have a lot of fun every Friday at noon Central Time. If you have any suggestions for future Energy Series videos, let me know in the comments. Hope you all enjoyed this, and thanks for watching.
Again, Chris, you said like how we're all so divided. I don't think it's any worse. It's obviously not worse than the Civil War. We have a lot of divisions in this country, but what kind of bothers me is that Trump is supposedly a divisive president. He was a lot more popular than Joe Biden is right now. And his America First agenda was about, well, it's as plain as it can be, America first. His policies were actually obviously demonstrably better for domestic policy and international policy than anything Biden has done. He's basically ruined everything. But we're supposed to be united around that president, but not this, the supposed tyrant Trump. I mean, I really do. I don't even think we'll ever get back to the days of even during Ronald Reagan. The left hated him. He was derided. He was mocked. But America felt more like America then. People were actually proud. The idea of being proud of your country. We were going to talk about this a couple of weeks ago, Donnie, I know, and there was a video going around of I think it was from Campus Reform. They go on to a college campus and they ask kids in their late teens, early 20s if they're patriotic, if they're proud of America, and they had a hard time finding young people saying that they're proud of America, and it's just sad. Because this is still the greatest country in the world. It's the greatest system of government ever devised by human beings, and we're watching it. We're watching it slip away. It is sad.
Well, yeah. On that note, according to a recent poll, only 38% of Americans are proud to be Americans, and I agree with Jim that the
extremely proud. Let's not be fake news. Extremely proud.
Excuse me. But I generally agree with Jim that the sentiment across the nation is definitely not what it was when I was growing up in terms of like pride in America. And, just here's another anecdotal example of that. NPR this year did not recite the Declaration of Independence, which they've done every single other year going back as far along as I can remember. So that just goes to show, this whole CRT thing, this whole anti-founding fathers, anti-constitution, revolution, mindset has, it's definitely gotten hold, and it's increased in my 39 years.
Huge news just emerged from the Biden administration, and it affects your retirement. In November, the White House issued a new regulation that will allow investment fiduciaries, that includes the folks who are managing your 401k and other retirement accounts, to offer investment options that focus on something called environmental, social justice, and governance metrics. Commonly called ESG, these social credit scores are being used by elites and big banks, Wall Street firms like BlackRock, big tech companies like Google and Meta, and thousands of other corporations worldwide to completely transform America, its society, and its economy. Now, the Biden rule change will not require that plan managers force you to invest in woke companies or ESG funds. It's not going to force it, but it will allow your plan managers and employer to effectively coerce you into accepting them if you don't know how to get out of it. And it allows employers to make ESG funds the default option for your retirement account, even if you don't necessarily realize that that's what's going on. So you could be supporting ESG causes and you don't even know it soon. The Biden administration knows that because many large corporations have already gone all in on ESG, they will happily push their workers to do the same thing. Previously, this was not allowed. Under the Trump administration, this was illegal. But now, thanks to Joe Biden, it is legal, and it could have a massive impact on America. Trillions of dollars could soon flood into ESG funds and ESG compliant companies. Thankfully, there is something that you could do to stop that from happening. And no, it is not going to cost you any money. I'm not trying to get any money from you at all, I promise. My name is Justin Haskins. I'm a New York Times bestselling writer, conservative columnist, and public speaker who is actively trying to warn Americans about the dangers of ESG and the Great Reset movement. My work has been featured by many of the nation's leading publications, including the Wall Street Journal, National Review, FoxNews.com, the New York Post, and a whole bunch of others. And I've appeared hundreds of times on radio and television shows like Tucker Carlson Tonight and Fox and Friends and the Glenn Beck radio program and a whole bunch of other shows as well. So I'm not telling you about these serious problems to make money. I'm not asking you for any money at all. I just want you to learn the truth about what's going on with ESG, social credit scores, and the Biden administration. So if you're interested in learning more, please click on the link that's going to pop up on your screen and watch my video with Donald Kendall over at the Heartland Institute, where I also work and run its Socialism Research Center. And if you like the content that you see, please subscribe to our channel, Justin and Donald Save America. We talk about ESG, the Great Reset, Davos, the Biden administration, a whole bunch of other really important topics that you're not going to get in the mainstream press. And if you're particularly interested just in this topic, it is an absolute must that you watch our video on ESG and how ESG is going to be impacting your 401k potentially in the near future. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see you soon over at our channel.
Thank you, everybody. Who had a good time today? So did I, really. It was a great day today. Many of you have actually come up to me today and really remarked that of the quality of our program today, and I appreciate that. All of us at the Heartland Institute appreciate that. Putting this thing together is, always a challenge, but it's fun, it's rewarding, and it's extra rewarding when the people we invite to speak say yes. And so a lot of the great people you heard today, said yes to that. So let's all give a round of applause to all of our speakers so far in this conference today. Another attendee also noted to me that, it was good news. He said he doesn't recall seeing as many people in their 30s and younger at one of our climate conferences. And I have to agree. And so I would actually like to recognize, and let's have some applause for these young people who are here to learn the truth about climate and how important it is for them to know that and to spread that message. And that note about the younger people in attendance, brought to mind the fact that there are a lot of old friends, great scientists, fantastic speakers, that are no longer at one of our climate conferences. It has been rather sad, actually, that over the last year, I get emails from people saying that your friend, who's been a big part of the Heartland Institute or the Heartland conferences over the years, has just passed. And so this is not a video that we wanted to produce, but we thought it fitting to pay tribute to some of the people that have been a big part of the Heartland Institute, a big part of this conference, and a big part of the lives of many people in this room. So this is a tribute to them.
I had written this plan, and Heartland published it into a booklet. And shortly thereafter, I was on a program here in Washington with Senator Inhofe. I'm probably the only living scientist in the country today who has to claim responsibility that there is a U.S. EPA, because between 1968 and 1971, I was on a blue ribbon committee studying the idea of creating a Environmental Protection Agency, which President Nixon signed in '71. And I'm kind of now doing penance for that crime. And so I wrote this plan to get rid of it. And he paused for a second and he said, Dr. Lair, if you think going around presenting this plan to get rid of EPA makes up for the crime you committed in creating EPA, you're wrong. And everybody fell out of their chairs laughing.
Thank you for your warm welcome. Economists are not used to that. I'm wearing a Chicago climate change cap that was issued at the launching of the sulfur dioxide futures contracts. And I'm starting a collection of caps from failed institutions. I also have one for MF Global. Who knows? These could be very, very pricey in the near future. Well, as you notice, it's the time for adjourning this meeting is just a minute away, and it's my luck that there was no emissions trading here to allow me to buy more time. So, those are the breaks, which leads me to observe that emissions trading has not been too successful, but it has made one trader successful. Thank you for your attention.
And by the way, Obama may believe, all right, that there's more hurricanes. We believed that we could get to the moon, but we also had data. We had hard data, we had measured data, calibrated data that told us that we knew we were going to get there, and we did it. That's how we got to the moon. There's one other thing we did, and I'm going to take some time here to talk about how every astronaut who ever went up owes his life to Hal. Why? Because he and his team figured out the resonance problems between the fuel delivery system in the rockets that was making them blow up. And Walt, probably the bravest astronaut we had in the darkest days of Apollo, it was Walt who went up in the newly redesigned Apollo 7 and with the hopes and prayers of a nation rocketed into the heavens and into the history books. This is the right stuff. And if you want to see integrity, intelligence, and courage all wrapped up into one, go to these guys later on, look them in the eye, shake their hands, and give them a good salute, because they deserve it.
On October 11, 1968, Colonel Cunningham made his mark on history by piloting the Apollo 7 spaceflight mission for 11 days. In 2010, he had had enough of bad science and publicly rejected the so-called scientific consensus surrounding man-made global warming, publishing a paper called Global Warming: Facts versus Faith.
So what's happening is they're picking and choosing the data. They're not looking at the big picture, and it's very disturbing to somebody that's a legitimate scientist, a physicist.
For more than 40 years, people have been asking me about how fragile our planet appears from space. And I always have to tell them, really, what I was most impressed about was the beauty of our planet and the fact that we have survived changes in climate for 4.5 billion years. I tend to analyze data. I have not found one single bit of data that would support the cause, that says that we're warming the temperature of the Earth. And those of you sitting out here in this room, you're identified as climate denialists or fake experts, if you will. And those of us who signed the letter to the NASA administrator, we're described as having, quote, not an ounce of climate expertise. And that is one of the nicest comments, if you bother to read it. We're in a war. It's a war to avoid the lowering of our standard of living and the economic destruction of the world as we know it. And that's what President Klaus, I think, was referring to last night as well. And it's hard to be optimistic about winning that war. And what I'm talking about this morning is really to ask you to help join in that, not the war that you've already won.
And finally, or Dan et al. In the art and science of climate model tuning talks about the increasing diversity in the applications of climate models. There are a variety of goals for specific problems, and different models may be optimized to perform better on a particular metric. I love this, related to specific goals, expertise, or cultural identity of a given modeling group. My God, identity politics enters climate modeling. Thus do social science and physical sciences go hand in hand. You decide what the code is, and you decide what the answer is, and you just use the model as a doll, a plaything, to make it look real. But you decide what it is. Translation, it's a scientist, not the science, that determines what's anticipated and acceptable. Now, do you seriously believe that if you have your hand on the control knob, and if you decided that the anticipated acceptable range was 1.5 degrees C of warming over the course of the next century, as the Russian model INM-CM4 says, do you think you're going to get renewed? Buddy, you're going back to coach. And that is the prime target of avoidance for all climate scientists. Inescapable conclusion, EPA's endangerment finding is fatally flawed and should be vacated. And we want to take this forward, Marlo, Myron, everyone here. We need to take this forward. Nobody is going to respond unless there's pressure. It's easy to say, oh, it's too much of a lift. Well, I've been lifting this for a long time. We got help here. Let's do it, and let's do it now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm still trying to recover from being mentioned in
Mark Stein's speech that there are certain achievements in life, and I think that's one of them. And of course, I'm always reminded of the question about why did the Canadian cross the road? And the answer was to get to the middle. And what's particularly funny about that is that it fills both stereotypes, because to an American that's an insult, and a Canadian says, "What's wrong with that?" It is no coincidence that the 97% consensus was created. Anything less than that would put doubt in the public's mind. Imagine if it was only an 80% consensus. Then the public could say, well, 20%, that's a pretty large number. But 3%, no, we can easily marginalize those. Margaret Mead, and this is a great challenge, Margaret Mead said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. The public can't believe that a small group of people have been able to fool the world. And yet that is what exactly has happened. And so to get past that and to help the public understand what is going on is the challenge for the future. Mahatma Gandhi said, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they attack you, then you win. Guess what? We're in the attack phase. We're on the verge of winning, and I've sensed this more than at any previous Heartland conference I've been at. Thank you.
I'm heavy-hearted because I miss my friends. But at the same time, they would want us to be here. They'd want us to celebrate. They want us to have light hearts. They'd want us to carry on in loving memory, but also in celebration. And that's what we're going to keep doing. We're going to keep fighting for people like Jay and Tom and Pat and Walt and Jim and Tim. Jay Lair was with Heartland when I first joined Heartland. In 2001, and he was Mr. Heartland. His blood was Heartland green. He was a happy warrior. If there's one word I can think of for Jay, it was energy. He was the Energizer Bunny. He was out on the road, I don't know how many days a year. It's in the triple digits every year. And yet he'd always be sending me a note. Hey, what can I work on? Is there a book review I can write? Is there something I can write for Environment and Climate News? And nothing could stop Jay. One of the stories I heard from Jay, he had at one point, and this is funny, at her service, this came up as well, his service recently in Ohio. Somebody asked him once about, well, you have all this energy. Do you take a nap? Is that where you get it from? Do you take naps? And Jay says, I took a nap once. It was October 18th, 1976. And I slept for about an hour or two, and I woke up just feeling so sluggish and devoid of energy, I have never done it since. And those hours that he was awake, they weren't put to waste. It wasn't like he wasn't napping, but he was just sitting around lounging. Jay had such a spirit to learn, to know, to share, to do, to experience. For those of you who have known Jay, you know he was a tremendous athlete. He would participate in triathlons well into his 70s. It might even been into his 80s. He played hockey as a goaltender, again, well into his 70s. He played baseball. He did all sorts of things. Jay Lair, you will be missed. You'll be treasured. You gave so much to us. Jim Johnston, the second person featured in that video. Jim Johnston was a founding director on the board of directors of the Heartland Institute. Jim was an economist whose knowledge on all matters economics, I find it difficult to believe has been surpassed anywhere. What made Jim so special to me and to everybody at Heartland is that Jim would come into the office on a weekly basis. He'd drive in. He was a Heartland treasurer. He'd take care of signing checks, reviewing finances, and then he'd sit in on our Heartland staff meetings. He would take Heartland staffers under his wing. He was just so kind-hearted and engaged with everything Heartland. I never heard Jim say a bad word or a frustrated or discouraged word about anybody in Heartland. It was an absolute blessing to know Jim, and you're very much going to be missed. Tom Weissmuller. Tom was a fantastic scientist. You saw him with the Right Climate Stuff team. And he was brilliant. He was brilliant in all matter science. He wasn't a single issue scientist. He loved, not only, of course, with his work with the Right Climate Stuff, but he loved engaging scientifically in matters such as sea level rise and all things marine related. He also had a spirit that was always positive, always optimistic, and he would be very angry with me if I didn't mention here the truth that Tom Weissmuller was an incredible poker player. It's a passion of mine, it's a passion of Tom's, and when we would get together, he would love to share stories of his exploits at the poker tables. And because poker players are notorious liars, not only at the table, but afterwards. So Tom would show me the trophy or the chip that he got for winning the tournaments. He was amazing. And it just testifies to the sharpness of his mind and his analytical skills. Walt Cunningham, if there's a word that comes to mind for Walt, for Jay it's energy. For Walt Cunningham, it's graciousness. Walt Cunningham was a true American hero. I mean, a class 1, top-tier American hero. Some people may not be old enough to remember. I don't remember when this happened, but I certainly knew of it through my learning in school. Walt Cunningham was the pilot of Apollo 7. Apollo 7 was the first manned Apollo mission. This, first of all, is an incredible honor to be recognized for your skills to be able to pilot the mission, but also taking on such incredible risk for your country and for the advancement of science. Walt was one of those people that would be held up here, justly so, among American heroes in the 60s in the space race. And yet, when I first met Walt, as has been the case many times when I've met some of the great people in this room, I was nervous. I'm just James Taylor. This is Walt Cunningham. I felt nervous going up and saying hi. He obviously gets this from many people, but boy, James, oh my goodness, so nice to meet you. But it wasn't just me. Everybody I ever saw Walt interact with, he just had that kindness of spirit, and he just loved to meet people, to get to know people. Nothing went to his head ever, and he was a tremendous scientist on top of that. Pat Michaels. Boy, where to begin with Pat? Great friend. Pat Michaels is one of the primary reasons that I'm with the Heartland Institute, that the issue of climate science is so near and dear to my heart. When I was at Syracuse University College of Law, I was the editor-in-chief of the Federalist Voice newspaper. And as a young, freedom-minded person, libertarian, conservative, kind of a mix of the two, I was exposed to on CNN and USA Today and all that, all the stories about this climate crisis and about how the world was going to bake and we're to blame. And I thought, I wanted to write an article because let's face it, I mean, I have my principles, but if we're destroying the planet, you have to do what you have to do no matter what it is to stop this from happening. And I had taken a number of atmospheric science courses as an undergrad. I knew where to go for the data. I knew where to go for the underlying information. And I supplemented that as I started looking into it. I said, you know, this doesn't seem to add up to me. It seems like we're maybe causing some warming, but all these scenarios, boy, I just don't see it. And I was pointed to Pat Michaels' book, Sound and Fury, The Politics of Global Warming. I think that was the exact title. And it was just eye-opening. It pulled everything together that I had suspected when reading his book. And the same way with Pat, when I first met Pat at an ALEC conference, American Legislative Exchange Council, again, I was timid. I was afraid to go up and see him. But I had to tell him. Oh, and by the way, one side note on that. That was the first issue of the Federalist Voice that we published. And in addition to challenging the climate science narrative, we took on the staff and the woke positions. At the time, we didn't call it woke, but you know what I mean. And we got called up to the dean's office. I was personally threatened with being kicked out of Syracuse College of Law for this insolent behavior. So I wanted to tell Pat, hey, you're the reason I almost got kicked out of law school. And Pat just laughed and loved it. And over the years, it's just been incredible to call Pat a friend. And it doesn't seem the same to be here at an international conference of climate change or anywhere else and not seeing Pat, as he knows his time on stage is about to come, begin pacing like a caged tiger. All right, my time, it's almost time, back and forth, working himself up. And that was Pat. He was intense, he was vibrant, he was incredibly knowledgeable, and he was a very true, loyal, great friend, not just to me, but to many others. And finally, Tim Ball. Tim gave everything he had to truth and to what we stand for today, for climate realism, climate truth. Tim, many of you don't know this, when he would come speak at our conferences the last 2 or 3 times, he was in such pain physically, and it would be very difficult for him to make the trip. And yet he soldiered up and came to speak, to meet with us, to speak with us, to renew friendships. It took a lot out of him physically. And his voice is an important one that needed to be heard and still rings true today. They also took a lot out of Tim emotionally. There's only so much you can go through being attacked with vitriol over and over again. And I know Tim in his last few years, if you know him, he was worn down. But at the same time, he never surrendered his commitment to truth and the ability to speak the truth, whether we're right or wrong in our interpretation of the truth. I'm 1,000% convinced we're right, especially on this issue. But regardless, it's so important for us to be able to speak what we believe is the truth. And Tim never gave up on that. Tim, thank you so much for all that you gave. We love you for that. With that, I'm sorry to get choked up. I just love these people. But they would want us to celebrate them. They'd want us to have a wonderful time. They want us to have light hearts. And they added so much to our lives, and they still do. They still do. A person who adds quite a bit to my heart, 1 time out of 5 when we're not busting on each other, but a great friend of mine, a co-sponsor. He's the president of our co-sponsor, the Committee for Constructive Tomorrow. Craig Rucker is going to be coming up on stage to hand out the first of our awards at this climate conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Craig Rucker.
First off, let me just start before we get into my award, just complimenting the Heartland Institute. What a great video. And James, that was very powerful, articulate, accurate. Wonderful, wonderful presentation. We at CFACT also, I mean, I've personally, I know Mark Morano, the rest, number on our staff have gotten to know these folks too. We got to know them quite intimately, not just at this conference. We, in creating our films, Climate Hustle and Climate Hustle 2, interviewed a lot of them, spent time on UN conferences. We jet around the world and take them to some of those things. So got to know them personally, and there's others even before them that deserve some mention. I know these are the most recent, but people like Fred Singer, you know, comes to mind, and, you know, Bob Carter, as well. So there's just so many that, William Gray, that have really blessed us with their presence. So, take advantage of the folks you know now. We don't know what the future holds, but, these are real special people, and we're just really blessed to have ever known them. All right, turning attention to our award. This is our award. It is called the Dauntless Purveyor of Climate Truth. All right. Little history of this award. I think it was Joe Bast. Yeah, it was Joe Bast. I'm going to say 2016, 15. Came up to me and said, hey, Craig, you at CFACT, you've been participating in these conferences. You really need to come up with an award. It was probably a mistake on his part. But he said, Joe, we'll do it. We'll give a little cash prize. We'll call it that. And he gave me some suggested names. He had the Frederick Seitz Award, and very honest and distinguished. I said, let me think about it. So our former president, David Rothbard, and I put our heads together and came up with this name. And I said, okay, Joe, it's going to be called the Dauntless Purveyor of Climate Truth. He goes, that's good. Okay. What's it really going to be called? And I said, Dauntless Purveyor of Climate Truth. It was almost like that episode of Animal House. I think it was Kevin Bacon who put it over Bluto and said, hey, you messed up, you trusted me. This is what we came up with. This award really commemorates those who are in the climate science movement who don't necessarily have to be scientists, but they're people that go that extra measure to be able to achieve something or get the message out to the public in a dynamic way. And there's various ways that can be done. Actually, just naming the first recipient probably gets that point across. That was Lord Christopher Monckton, who, whether it's jumping out of airplanes or getting kicked out of UN conferences, that's the type of thing that's a dauntless purveyor of climate truth, Could be Walt Cunningham, who not just went in the Apollo mission, which is all nice and good, but he jumped off the cliffs in the Andes with us on a parachute thing too, doing the climate, drawing attention to Climate Gate 2. Could be Mark Morano, who won it last year, who has done countless things, but he got kicked out of UN conference too, shredding the Paris Accord, right, and putting up a big sign of Trump and being escorted into the desert of Morocco. So you're getting the picture. This is what we're looking for. Just somebody who gets it out there. And really, so many of you could have got that, maybe in different ways to do that. But this year's recipient, we always like to keep it a mystery. And we're going to continue to do so until I show you this little video of who this year's recipient is, who is well worthy of getting this particular award. So without further ado, let's show the film and you will see who is the 2023 Dauntless Purveyor of Climate Truth.
Presenting CFACT's Dauntless Purveyor of Climate Truth Award winners throughout the years. 2014, Lord Christopher Monckton. 2017, Colonel Walter Cunningham. 2018, Dr. Fred Singer. 2019, Dr. Jay Lair. 2021, Mark Morano. And now, presenting CFACT's Dauntless Purveyor of Climate Truth Award winner for 2023, Joanne Nova. Hailing from Australia, Jo Nova has made waves globally, fighting for climate truth as an author, blogger, journalist, scientist, TV personality, speaker, and activist. Her award-winning blog, joannenova.com.au, is read by almost 1.5 million people every year and regularly features groundbreaking research, breaking news, and policy analysis on the climate change issue. But Jo Nova's career wasn't always dedicated to exposing climate extremism. With an education in microbiology and science communication, in her early years, Jo was part of a traveling science circus, bringing hands-on science experiments to kids, including those in remote Aboriginal communities. She also hosted the children's TV series Why with Channel 9 to make science interesting and entertaining to young people.
Okay, try that again.
It was during these early years that Joe Nova's thoughts on climate change developed, and she found herself as a staunch member of the political left.
For 17 years, I was convinced that we needed to worry about carbon dioxide. I talked on ABC radio. I expressed my concern that we were going to get unstuck, that the climate was going to change in ways we were going to find very difficult to deal with. Absolutely, I talked about that. I convinced people as well. I helped raise funds for the Greens. I was very concerned. But then David came to me one day in early 2007, and of course he'd been working with the Greenhouse Office.
Sorry, who's David?
David, my husband, David Evans.
Yeah.
Dr. David Evans came up to me and he said, you know, there's no evidence for man-made global warming. And he said that to me, and I said, you must be kidding. Of course there's evidence. Of course, what about the ice cores? That was the first thing I could think of. And he said, well, we know the ice cores and have known since 2003 that there's an 800-year lag between carbon dioxide and temperature. And I was floored because I read New Scientist every week. I thought I knew at least the big basics of this debate. And that really stumped me. So I set about looking for evidence to support my belief that CO2 did matter. And pretty quickly I could see that most of this debate was not about actual evidence, but just about opinions. And when I looked for it, I couldn't find any evidence.
Joe Nova's newfound thinking on the climate change issue came to a head in 2007 at the 13th United Nations Conference of the Parties Climate Change meeting in Bali, Indonesia. There, Nova partnered with CFACT to work with other climate realist activists like Brian Leland, Vincent Gray, Craig Rucker, Lord Christopher Monckton, and her husband, David Evans. Her most noteworthy event involved having a number of scientists and IPCC expert reviewers don lab coats and hold a banner to oppose any new climate treaty. They planted themselves right in front of the main UN conference center where Al Gore was scheduled to arrive after receiving his Nobel Prize in Oslo. It garnered tons of media, but UN security forced the activists to leave before Gore's limo arrived. Nevertheless, that stunt set the stage for Joe Nova's tenacious reporting and research going forward. From there, she published The Skeptic's Handbook, which has been translated into 15 languages, and some 220,000 copies have been published and distributed to members of Australian Parliament and the US Congress. Next, Joe Nova published her famous blog, where her research and analysis regularly expose and hammer the Greens, like her findings that supporters of alarmism get paid 3,500 times more than skeptics, which CFACT featured in its film Climate Hustle 2. Joe Nova has proven herself to be an unstoppable force for the facts in the climate change debate. And she is CFACT's 2023 Dauntless Purveyor of Climate Truth.
Well, as you can see, we have Joanne on from, I believe, Perth, Australia, if I'm not mistaken. That's your hometown. I've had occasion to visit her there, and her wonderful husband, David Evans. Before, Joe, you give a few comments, I just want to share one particular episode that we both experienced together when we were in that 2007 conference in Bali, Indonesia. And this always spoke to me and said in my mind, you're a dauntless purveyor of climate truth. When you go to these conferences, you're not always welcomed very well by the UN. I had taken a long flight from the United States to Indonesia, which is quite long. And when I arrived, the first thing I found out, I was about to be kicked out of my own conference. See, a lot of these people went under the CFACT banner, and Christopher Monckton had beaten me there, and basically had published something in an Indonesian paper and was doing these illegal press conferences or getting rooms. And Barbara Black, of course, calls me in and said, Mr. Rucker, you know what he's doing? He's doing these conferences and everything. I said I had no idea who he was, but I knew I'd like him. And so he was our first Dauntless. But we wound up into a problem because we had all these scientists here. We wanted to speak scientific truth, and we didn't have a forum to do our press meetings. And it was Joe Nova who came up with the solution. See, what the UN did is they had this policy which said you could get a room, but the only people that could meet in that room were people of your own organization, meaning CFACT could get a room at this conference, but they all had to be members of CFACT, nobody from the outside. They were trying to suppress press conferences, especially because we were monopolizing them. It was Joe Nova who had that creative thinking of how to get around this. So what Joe did, she said, why don't we offer free CFACT memberships to the press for 1 hour? Laugh if you will. We did that. We handed out free press memberships and opened the doors and let people in. And UN started getting suspicious when a lot of our members were carrying cameras and had camera crews with them, walking into a room, but we'd shut the door and they would carry on interviews with, our people. Eventually, UN people came to us and said, we think you're having a press conference in there. Let us in. We said, do you have a membership card? They weren't allowed in. Now, they were persistent. We didn't let them in, but we got word they were going to go get that evil woman, Barbara Black, who was going to come down there with security and get the thing. But we quickly went in and said, hey, guys, we got to kind of wrap it up. We held them off as best we can. And she came down, demanded those doors be opened. We flung them open and outpoured everybody with cameras and everything, leaving and said, the meeting's officially closed. And she was like really angry, but did nothing because we were fine. And so that was just one of several incidents that occurred down in that conference, which Joanne did and was behind and came up with the clever idea, and it always spoke to me. So, Joanne, it's a delight to have you here, and congratulations on winning this award. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Craig, I just want to say I'm humbled, really, to be in the same category as names like Jay Lair and Walt Cunningham, Mark Morano and Fred Singer, Christopher Monkton. I mean, the giants in the climate world. I so wish I could be with you today. We're defeated by regulations. And I so wish all of them, of course, who've won past awards were still with us today too. I want to thank a couple of people behind the scenes who make the blog possible, people whose names are Mark and Robert and Thomas and Lance and Bryant, and you know who you are, and thank you. And there are so many more who chip in, who buy me a coffee, and I can't do it without you. Thank you. And to my commenters, I think we're up to 880,000 comments now. I learned so much from wisdom and expertise there. And I want to say to the people in the audience today that you may not realise how influential CFACT and Heartland were in my career from the other side of the planet here in Western Australia. The first day in the climate battle, my first day, was at Bali at the UNFCCC Climate Junket of 2007. And I got to watch the true professionals, Craig Rucker and Mark Morano and Dauntless, they certainly are. And when I went there, I was a nobody who had never said a word in the climate debate when I came here. And I could see that I could help skeptics. So the UN conference was a boot camp, and it was so much fun. And there were 12 of us skeptics amongst 12,000 controversial banner, and they were going to confiscate this 6-metre banner that said Kyoto 2 is not needed. You know, we're talking about pretty radical messages. And they banned it, and we had to smuggle it in past armed guards, which we did by tricking and giving them videos of the great global warming swindle as we went in. They were just so pleased anyone would give them anything for free that they let us in with our lab coats and our banner that they had just confiscated half an hour before. I mean, it was so much fun. And it was a great way to learn how to do this debate and to watch the great professionals. And so to all the people who support Heartland and CFACT, you know that I've seen them behind the scenes at events like this. They are unstoppable, totally professional and infectiously cheerful. We just had a riot, and I would go again any day to one of those conferences. And here we are, Craig, 14 years later. Who would have thought? Together we're still fighting. I started off as an associate lecturer in science communication as a Green. Who would have guessed that today, all these years later, I'm fighting a cult of pagan witchcraft? So we pointed up at tropospheric hotspots that 28 million weather balloons can't find. And they pretend to stop storms with shields made of solar panels. You can't make this stuff up. They hold back the tide with their windmills. They think that power stations control the weather. and that polar bears can be saved if we just change our light globes. People are going to laugh at this 100 years from now. They should be laughing now. So they call us the deniers while they call themselves the science. I mean, their message is so absurd, you can't even satirize it anymore, and it needs billions of dollars to keep it afloat. And I've had people ask me why I do this, and I've said it's kind of like playing mental chess. It's mental chess against the UN, against the institutions, against billions of dollars, and we're doing it, playing this chess with almost nothing, and yet we're winning, which is great. And so I just want to finish off by saying to everyone that the evidence, of course, in the science debate, which was what we want, is so overwhelming, isn't it, that they have to rely on bullying and name-calling. And denier is the core of what they do. So let's use their name-calling against them. Spread the word, red pill everyone. Bullying is a brittle art. And every time they call us deniers, it's obvious that it's not a science debate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in an information war. Shore up your lines of communication. Look out for the people on the front lines. And whenever we get the truth out there, we win. And that's why they're so afraid of our words and our jokes and our cartoons. And thank you, Craig, and thank you, CFACT and Heartland, for running the best science conferences on the planet.
Well, and thank you, Joanne. And, you know, we're overdue for a reunion. I think the next COP is going to be in the United Arab Emirates coming up in, November next year. And if you guys, want to take another stab at it, you're always welcome to join us, and we'll see what mischief we can get into. Thank you, and you certainly are a wonderful advocate for our cause, and best to your husband. Okay. And now I'm up here, and I'm not sure what happens next. Jim.
You can leave the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the president of the Science and Environmental Policy Project, Ken Haapala.
Greetings, carbon-based life forms. All complex life on this planet is carbon-based, including Al Gore, I think. In his lectures on gravitation, the brilliant physicist and teacher Richard Feynman said, "If there's something very slightly wrong in our definition of the theories, then full mathematical rigor may convert these errors into ridiculous conclusions." Unfortunately, many in Washington confuse such mathematical conclusions with science. In 2014, SEPP established the Frederick Seitz Award in his honor. In the early 1990s, Seitz wrote an editorial in the Wall Street Journal stating that the 1995 IPCC report was the worst abuse of the peer review process he had witnessed in over 60 years in American science. Dr. Frederick Seitz epitomized the courage, independence of thought, and commitment to integrity in science to which all scientists should aspire. He made major scientific contributions in his field of specialty, solid-state physics, but he also devoted much of his life serving as an ambassador and advocate for science. The Seitz Award is decided by an awards committee led by Will Happer, and for 1922, the committee chose the recipient of this award. It is my his resume is in your program. I won't go over it. It is my honor to present this trophy as a symbol of the award to a former director of a division in theoretical physics and a professor of applied mathematics, Emeritus Christopher Essex. Thank you.
Wow, this is a real honor, and it's a real pleasure to be here in the free state of Florida, especially being Canadian. I want to thank the various organizers of this event, Heartland and CFACT, and of course SEPP. Fred Seitz is, was a scientist in many respects, and I think that gives me kind of a motivation to talk about the nature of science as I've experienced it, and what connections it may or may not have with climate. My first thought has to do with what my history is. I'm kind of a person who spent my career in the humanities. And when I've encountered people from the humanities, they would tell me about science people like Karl Popper and philosophers of that ilk, and the nature of falsification, and which is really what one might pursue in talking about science. One of the things I learned when they said that they were very thrilled to say they were Popperians, I knew at once that I would never have disciples because no one would want to be known as an Essexian. So one of the issues that I think comes up, as certainly between me and Ken, we have this kind of ongoing discussion about the scientific method. And I like the scientific method, okay, it's fine, but I think there's a lot more to science than the scientific method, and trying to persuade climate activists that they should follow that. I think it's a much bigger thing for us human beings. I personally like the definition given by Feynman, since we wanted to discuss Feynman. Feynman believed, or at least said, that science is a belief in the ignorance of experts. That's a really a wonderful definition in many respects, but it has a kind of corollary. And that is that in many respects, if you're going to go the way of science, you're going to be on your own. You can't really depend upon somebody to tell you what's true and what's not true. You have to think with your own head. And that's a sort of built-in result of that way of thinking. And one of the things that I thought I would sort of mention, to tell you a kind of classical joke about what it's like to actually do science between theory and experiment. There's this wonderful joke about that, and it goes something like this. So this is what I've actually experienced. The experimentalist is so excited. He's got this new result, and he goes running up to the theoretician, and he says, I've got this new result. We've got it right here. I've got it written down, and I want to tell you that I've found out that A is greater than B. And the theoretician looks a little stunned for a moment, and he says, "That's wonderful. A is greater than B? It's just great. It fits here, it fits there. Everything is great at this particular time, now that we can move forward with that." At that moment, the experimentalist kind of goes white, and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that A is greater than B? I misread it. B is greater than A." So the theoretician goes blank for a moment, and then he says, "That's even better." And you'd be surprised how often that actually has happened in the real world. I want to sort of give you the proper tone for this sort of thing. It was something that left a real impression on me when I was a student in graduate school. One of the standard topics that you have to study when you're in graduate school, there are several sort of classical topics, electromagnetism, quantum mechanics, and so on, maybe a bit of general relativity and classical mechanics and things like that. But there's also something that's related to Fred Seitz, statistical mechanics. That would be something he would definitely have studied. And so I had this textbook on statistical mechanics, and the first paragraph in the textbook, most of it was all mathematics and so on, but the first paragraph left this very strong impression. So I'll read it to you now, just the first paragraph. Ludwig Boltzmann, who spent much of his life studying statistical mechanics, died in 1906 by his own hand. Paul Ehrenfest, carrying on the work, died similarly in 1933. Now it's our turn to study statistical mechanics. Perhaps it will be wise to approach the subject cautiously. Now, if you know, Ludwig Boltzmann is a kind of iconic character in science, and you can look up some of these people, and if you actually go and be a really weird tourist, you can actually go to Vienna, and you can go to the city graveyard, and you can go to his grave, and you'll see that on his headstone, his epitaph is an equation. It says S equals K log W. And this is one of the most consequential equations in all of science. And what it does is it relates the world of the microscopic to the macroscopic. And in his world, in his lifetime, it was not very well accepted. And people had to fight these kinds of battles against him and him against them. And, he found it very miserable, and you can see the result. This happens more in science than people understand or recognize, that there are people always in science who are on what are regarded at that particular time on the fringes. And there's some classical examples like continental drift and Wegener and people like that. But sometimes they're pretty benign, and you wonder how it was ever an issue. I recently found out that Georg Ohm, who, if you know a little bit about electronics, V equals IR, the IR drop across a resistor. Apparently that was something that was controversial at one time. So, I mean, to me, I find that absolutely amazing, but that's actually the nature of the business. You have people on the fringe who actually are going to make an important contribution that will stay with us. So in the case of Boltzmann, there's all this stuff about dynamical systems and ergodic theory and so forth that developed in just about the debate over S equals K log W. And then we can go on about that, and I've used that expression many times in my own research for very practical reasons. Now, of course, I've gotten involved in climate, and I've spent a fair amount of my early career building climate models. Much to my surprise, I didn't expect that, but I ended up doing it. And I knew that right from the very beginning, yes, I am Canadian, but I crossed the road right away. I didn't stay in the middle. I knew from the beginning, and that was the 1970s, that there was something seriously wrong with the entire idea of modeling there. People don't appreciate that the way in which models work in the climate business is kind of unique. There's probably very few areas in science that have this kind of a structure and nature and the kinds of problems they have to deal with. Issues of extreme computing like nothing else. And there are sort of fundamental issues about what's actually doable. You can do a simple calculation, and if you do an estimate of how long it would take to do a 10-year forecast that is done with what we would call in the world of applied mathematics a proper computation, where all the wiggles are bigger than your grid size. A simple back-of-the-envelope calculation, you can figure out that it would take to do a 10-year forecast 1 second at a time with a Kolmogorov cutoff of 1 millimeter. It would take the age of the universe squared to do a 10-year forecast. And so it's a long time. And so we're forced into a situation. So even if I were demanded, or they were telling me to do these models, I would have to do the same thing they do. So I don't really want to say, oh, models are bad and they are good for what they are. And the problem is we use them for what they are not. And the models, all climate models, every single one of them should be regarded as empirically based. And I say that with a certain amount of trepidation because people latch on to especially in the social sciences, they love the word empirical. For them, that seems to be the equivalent of rigor. And if you have a kind of physics background, empirical models don't really sound that good. And so the implication is not properly conveyed. So I've had to use a different term to get people to understand. What they are is they're cartoons. They're mathematical cartoons. They're not the rigorous application of known physics projecting into the future. They are completely cartoonish, and they're different than meteorological models, and in a very important way, because meteorology can follow past patterns and tune and improve to some extent what they have. But the problem is we don't get to play out climate change very often. It's either one climate or the next one, and the time scale is much longer than lifetimes. So you don't get the same kind of validation you would get, like meteorological skill. You don't get that with climate, although people try to say that they're just the same thing. Well, they're not. You can be empirical about the way things are now, but if you want to do an empirical treatment of a new climate regime, you have to wait until you get to that new climate regime in order to do that. And we don't get to do that. And that's a very important point. We have these models are not theories in the sense of Boltzmann and S equals K log W. They're not theories as such. They're it's cartoon world, really. And there's nothing wrong with cartoon world if you know that's where you are. But if you're trying to make government policy out of cartoon world, you're going to be disappointed. It's not going to work. And that's an important idea to get across. And it also has to do with the original idea of this present in my remarks, was the idea of theory and experiment. That's ultimately what we're getting at. And the thing is that climate models are no theory. They're not a theory for climate. And you can't do experiments with them. All the data we have are observations. And the sort of famous remark of Feynman when he says, well, you have a theory and you have experiment. You're talking about two things that are fitting mitt and glove together, where you have a controlled experiment. And you know what to experiment on because you have the theory to give you an idea what to control. So they go together. It's not like one is dominant over the other. It's kind of like a bootstrap thing. You get better and better at these things. With climate, you have this cartoon world presentation, which can be useful in its own way, because it just helps you understand certain things you wouldn't be able to envision otherwise. And then you have uncontrolled observations, which are just data. They're not the results of experiments. You can't control them, and as a result, you don't get this relationship. So that makes everything about climate one step less coherent than an actual lab experiment. So you have to think about it that way and back off a little bit and not be so tremendously confident in it. That doesn't mean you can't do interesting and deep science there, but I do think there's too much of a regard for computers as we now have them. Recently one of the latest episodes of computer adoration was with ChatGPT. People are concerned with AI, and they're very excited about that. And I'd say 25%, yeah, be excited about it. But my first encounter was people coming to me and asking me about a calculation that ChatGPT did, and the very first interaction with it. And they showed me what ChatGPT gave them, and it's mathematically wrong. So just so you know that ChatGPT is not the Oracle of Delphi, and climate models are not that either. What really sets us apart as human beings is that we're not just who we are now, just biological beings who were just dumped out in the wilderness someplace, naked and afraid. We have all these accoutrements that we have acquired and knowledge that we've acquired, not just from our parents, but their parents before them and their parents before them, back into time. And this is something very uniquely human, of figuring out little things and then incrementally advancing. And it really goes back maybe 10,000 generations. And the thing that makes us really special as human beings is the fact that we may stand here as this kind of imperfect organism, but we have behind us the light of 10,000 generations that backs us. So this science that we have is bigger than the governments, it's bigger than the UN, it's bigger than almost anything. And they can say they own it, they can say I am science, they can say whatever they want. They don't. It's our legacy and your legacy, and you should be proud of that legacy, and you should try to add to it and appreciate the wonder of the world that it reveals to us. Thank you.
All right, congratulations, Christopher. That's a fantastic award, very worthy recipient. People, as I mentioned earlier, people come up to me all the time with fantastic suggestions for the program of our climate conferences, and I appreciate all of them. And our keynote speaker tonight is somebody who has been recommended to us many, many times, and I always say, I'm trying. We want Alex Epstein here, and this year we have him. And we have in him, I think, one of the most effective public communicators for sensible energy policy and climate policy anywhere in the world. Somebody who's here, one of our keynote speakers for lunch tomorrow is Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado. She's here, actually, in the back of the room, so early, especially for a climate conference like this. She's here today. She's here right now because she wants to hear our keynote speaker, Alex Epstein. And Representative Boebert probably knows this, that Alex Epstein is not a scientist. He's asked that a lot. If you've had the pleasure of watching a climate alarmist Democrat attempt to bully him at a congressional hearing, it doesn't ever work out well for them. Alex is a philosopher and an energy expert who argues that human flourishing should be the guiding principle of industrial and environmental progress. What a crazy idea that is. He is the author of the New York Times bestseller, The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels, and his newest book, Fossil Future, Why Global Human Flourishing Requires More Oil, Coal, and Natural Gas, Not Less. Alex has made his moral case, and it's a great one, for fossil fuels at dozens of campuses, including Harvard, Yale, Stanford, and Duke, his alma mater. He's also spoken to employees and leaders at dozens of Fortune 500 energy companies, including ExxonMobil, Chevron, Phillips 66, Valero, Enbridge, and TransCanada. We can hope that he talks some sense into them, but those tough nuts are pretty tough to crack. He's been on every cable network that you watch, and a lot of ones that you don't. Alex and Mark Morano are going to have a contest to see who's been on cable TV more often than last year. Maybe they'll have to settle it out at the bar after we talk tonight. Alex Epstein was on Jordan Peterson's YouTube channel 2 months ago, and that video has been viewed more than 800,000 times already. 2 months. Now that's impact, that's influence, and that's reach, and that is something that Alex Epstein does better than anybody else, I think, on our side of this debate. Alex, of course, will debate anyone, anytime, anywhere, and has publicly debated the folks at Greenpeace, the Sierra Club, and 350.org over the morality of fossil fuel use. In fact, to give you a sense of how long he has been at this public debate, I saw tonight on YouTube a 90-minute debate Alex did against Bill McKibben of 350.org. It didn't seem like Bill McKibben was very happy at the outcome, and that was because Alex was only 13 years old. No, actually, Alex is 32 or 31? 42, yes, I'm sorry, born in 1980. Unlike Christopher, I'm terrible at math. So his debate of Bill McKibben that has been around, from 10 years ago. If you're watching Bill, if you're watching this video, or one of your staff at the 350.org, what you have left, this is your invitation. If you'd like a rematch with Alex, you've had many, many years to brush up and not get your clock cleaned. Next time, it's an open invitation, and I promise everybody in this room will be a lot nicer to you than I am right now. So. Alex, one of the things that got my attention with Alex, and when we started corresponding, is that time that you stood in the middle of the street during a climate march. I hope I'm remembering this right. Even if I'm making it up, just go with it, okay? He stands in the middle of the street with a green shirt that says, "I love fossil fuels," and he's engaging people marching down the street to, save the climate and ban fossil fuels. And I think Alex confessed to me, although it didn't show on camera because it was all filmed, that he got a little nervous as he was out there all alone. But you never showed it on camera, and obviously that was fantastic. And so, but you do not have to stand in the middle of a climate march to show that you love fossil fuels. Everybody on their chair should have already gotten a pin that says, "I love fossil fuels." And if you haven't put it on yet, who loves fossil fuels? All right. Well, that is proof then, Alex, that this is likely the friendliest audience you've seen in a while. So let's give a big friendly welcome to our keynote speaker tonight, Alex Epstein.
So I was just thinking in advance of this, of my first Heartland Climate Conference, which was in 2011. And it was a really exciting time for me because many of you here who are here today are in this room now, or at least some of you were there. And there's a lot of legends, including, unfortunately, people that we've lost, including Pat Michaels, who I'll talk about a little bit at the end. And the part of the conference that made the biggest impression on me and that made me most permanently admire Heartland in general, but this conference in particular, was a conversation I had with Joe Bast, founder and CEO, longtime CEO of Heartland. And I was unknown then. I think the only person who knew me at all and encouraged me at all was actually Rob Bradley, who's here, he discovered me really early and was incredibly encouraging, which meant a lot. But I don't think anyone knew who I was really. But Joe was generous enough, I think he took like 30 minutes to just talk to this random kid who was asking him questions. And I was sort of entertaining the idea of starting my own thing at the time, which I did later that year. And I sort of asked him why he was doing these conferences and what was going on there. And he made this point that just has stuck with me ever since, which is he said that, before the Heartland conferences, there were a lot of people who questioned climate catastrophism and had different views. But he said they were all isolated. There was no community of people. And he said just by bringing together this community, it just made a huge difference. And I knew even then it had made a huge difference, and it subsequently made a huge difference. And the other thing he said at that point or another point was just like the reason he did this, even though Heartland wouldn't be the most likely group to do it. I mean, they're just sort of a free market group that's known for economics. The reason he did it is just nobody else was doing it, and it was the right thing to do. And both of those just made such an impression on me. And so it's not really cool to be here just because I was here at a much younger stage, but because I think of this as a place where it's people who want to do the right thing and people who are gathered because they want to make a positive difference. And so I'm very excited today to be able to share what I've learned in the last 10 years and beyond about making a difference on this issue. And at the end, I want to say a few words about a couple of individuals, particularly Jay Lair and Patrick Michaels, because they both had a really positive influence on me. But so let's start out with what I want to talk about as my main topic. So I want to share two incredibly controversial ideas, one of which will not be super controversial to this audience, and then one which I think will. So the idea that's not controversial to this audience, but that is very controversial in general, I'd say it's the most controversial idea in the world, is the idea that we should be using more fossil fuels going forward. And I say this is the most controversial idea in the world because the least controversial idea in the world is that we should rapidly eliminate fossil fuels. I sometimes ask the question, what is the number one most advocated moral idea in the world? And I think if you look at what governments say, what corporations say, what financial institutions say, it's the idea, some form of net zero. We should be eliminating our greenhouse gas emissions. That's considered the noblest cause in the world. You notice that companies don't say, hey, we want global human flourishing. They don't advocate for that. They don't advocate certainly for global empowerment through cheap, reliable energy, but they do advocate for net zero. So it's the most popular idea in the world right now is that we should rapidly eliminate fossil fuels and their emissions, and I'm saying we should use more. So that's a controversial idea. I think to many of you it'll be at least plausible. But then the second idea, which I want to emphasize more, is the idea that it really is possible for everyone here to persuade a lot of people. And I think that might be controversial because it's often is experienced as very difficult to persuade people. And it makes sense, right? Because we're talking about the most controversial issue in the world, and people have been indoctrinated in it from K through PhD. So it's just all over the place, and it's in the media. And so how do you actually change people's minds? And what happens is I think if you don't use a truly effective approach, it doesn't work, and then it's easy to conclude, well, nothing will work. And I have something I think of in my mind, I call it the bike lock theory of persuasion. So have you ever seen those cylindrical bike locks that have like 4 or 5 cylinders? And the thing is, what happens is, let's say it's 5 cylinders. Like, you open 1 cylinder, you get nothing. You open 2, it still doesn't open, right? You open 3, it still doesn't open. You open 4, so you're almost totally there, but it still doesn't open. And then you open 5, and everything opens. And I think this is a lot like persuasion. It's not a forgiving game, but it's a very rewarding game if you know what's going on. Because if you can get all the different cylinders right, then it opens up in an amazing way. And so what I want to talk about today is what I think I've figured out that's allowed me to open the cylinders in a lot of persuasive situations. and to give you all the basic materials that you'll need to do this. Now, thanks to Jim for anticipating this. I always like to practice what I preach, so I hope you all got the I Love Fossil Fuels pins there. Obviously, it takes no courage at all for me to wear this pin at this event, but the I Love Fossil Fuels logo was designed to wear at events where people were very hostile. And so one example is, I hope we have the video working with audio, but this is me at the largest anti-fossil fuel rally in history, and I flew over on my own dime from Southern California because there were 300,000 people in New York saying fossil fuels were evil, and I wanted to offer a different perspective. Let's see if this plays. Yeah.
Do you hear what they're saying? Hey, hey, ho, ho, fossil fuels have got to go. I have a very different opinion on the matter. Let's go see if we can engage. Can we just go stand in the middle?
So that was a very interesting day. I was there for a couple hours. If you're interested in the footage and that, and more broadly, if you're interested in getting a whole bunch of good resources to share with people, please, please, please do one of two things. So one is you can fill out that card. Most importantly, just fill out your email address. There should be cards at your seat, and that'll put you on our list that I can give you a whole bunch of resources, and we have weekly talking points. Or you can just send an email, particularly if you're watching this later, just send an email to resources@alexepstein.com. You don't need to put a subject or anything else. I mean, you can put anything you want, but just send an email there, resources@alexepstein.com, and you will get this and many, many other resources. So I do really believe this, and I do believe I have a lot to say about how to do this persuasively. And I think the key to me believing this and the key to me being persuasive is actually the thing that people think is the least relevant. And I think Jim also mentioned this. I was testifying in front of the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee in front of my senator at the time, since I live in Southern California, Barbara Boxer. And she tried to explain to me why my subject was totally irrelevant. And then I tried to explain to her why it was the most important. So let's look at this.
Mr. Epstein, are you a scientist?
No, philosopher.
You're a philosopher?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is the Environment and Public Works Committee. I think it's interesting we have a philosopher here talking about an issue.
It's to teach you how to think more clearly.
Well, you don't have to.
So I didn't plan that. But that's what came out. So philosophy is considered impractical. My background is, so I wanted to be a tech entrepreneur. I didn't want to be any kind of intellectual, but I was so in love with philosophy. And when I told my advisor, I was in computer science at the time as a sophomore at Duke, or I think a junior actually, and I told him, like, I'm never programming again because I want to become a philosopher. And he was super unimpressed, as you might imagine. And the basic logic is, well, whoever has a problem and says, let's call a philosopher for a solution. So it's thought of as this very impractical thing. I think of it as the most practical thing. I actually think it's very practical for thinking about anything, and it's very practical for persuasion. I think the reason is because philosophy studies the basic ideas that guide all of our thinking and all of our action. And in particular, what it does is it gives us a framework. I like the metaphor of a framework a lot. So a framework is the starting structure of something. So you often think of it with a building. The building has a framework. And the thing about a framework is it shapes everything else. So the framework of a building shapes everything else about the building. And the same thing is true with a thought or a communication. So the way you think about things, your basic philosophy, your framework, shapes how you think. And so I divide philosophy, one way to do it is in three basic categories: your thinking methods, your assumptions, and your values. I think all of those have huge implications for how you think about something and how you communicate. And the thing that really got me interested in this issue and convinced that I could make a difference is that there's a thinking method that is obvious and that everyone agrees with, and yet almost nobody follows it with fossil fuels. And this is very powerful because if you can get people to recognize this thinking method and say they agree with it, then you can actually get them to think rationally. So this is the thinking method. It's very, very simple, But what's interesting is almost everyone agrees with it. Nobody has ever disagreed with this, and yet almost nobody follows it. So, and it's just the idea if you carefully weigh benefits and side effects. So when you're evaluating what to do about any product or technology, so it could be prescription drug, it can be AI, whatever, you need to carefully weigh the benefits and side effects of every option. So let's say you're considering a prescription drug. What do? You ask the doctor, hey, what are the benefits and what exactly are they? How significant are they? And then what are the negative side effects? And then you look at your alternatives the same way and you make a decision. Does anyone disagree with this? Does anyone think, no, you should only look at benefits and ignore side effects? No, you could die, right? Does anyone think you should only look at side effects? Or you should only look at side effects and ignore benefits? No, you could die. Nobody thinks you should exaggerate benefits. Nobody thinks you should exaggerate negative side effects. And yet, I think it's inarguable that just about every leading thinker violates this principle incredibly. And this is actually a hugely powerful thing, because it's so powerful if you can find a principle that is common sense but not common practice, because then what you can do is you can get people to agree with the principle, and once they agree with the principle, they're much, much more likely to follow it in practice. So I want to break this down, this principle of carefully weighing the benefits and side effects. I think it boils down to three irrefutable principles when we're thinking about energy and climate, and particularly fossil fuels and climate. So one is we need to factor in fossil fuels benefits. So if you just ask somebody, hey, when we're looking at fossil fuels, yeah, we need to look at negative side effects, but don't we also need to look at benefits? Everyone will say yes. And yet almost none of our thinkers seriously do this. And one thing I noticed very early on, which has really come to pass recently, is that nobody talked about the amazing food benefits of fossil fuels. When I was debating Bill McKibben, one point I made was, fossil fuels are the food of food. And it's really true, because they provide the diesel that powers so many of our agricultural machines, like a combine harvester that can reap and thresh 1,000 times as much wheat as a human being. So they power those machines. And then they're also the basis of natural gas fertilizer. And without this, 8 billion people could not be fed. And yet we almost never talk about it. And by we, I don't just mean, ignorant people in the media. Even supposedly our smartest, what I call designated experts, ignore this. So one example I give in chapter 1 of Fossil Future is Michael Mann, whom I'm sure some of you have heard of and don't have fond feelings about. So you're probably familiar with him more in terms of his liberties he's taken in architecting what's called the hockey stick, or his hockey stick. As we'll see, there's a real hockey stick of human flourishing that's more important and definitely more valid. But Mann, in his book, he has a book called The Madhouse Effect, which is his summary of all the relevant issues with fossil fuels and climate. The interesting thing is he talks about food a lot, but he only talks about potential negatives of fossil fuels. He talks about if it gets warmer, it'll cause this and this problem, and that's a fine thing to investigate. I don't think his investigation is accurate, but the most notable thing is he does not once mention diesel-powered or oil-powered machinery or natural gas fertilizer. Now think about this. How can you not mention this and you're a leading expert? And what it just shows is we live in a culture of fossil fuel benefit denial. People are not thinking about the benefits of fossil fuels. And if you don't think about the benefits of something as significant as fossil fuels, you're going to make terrible, terrible decisions. So that's principle 1. Principle 2, this is even less recognized than the benefits in general, is what I call the climate mastery benefits of fossil fuels. So we have this narrative that fossil fuels' impact on climate can only be negative. And even with many of the people questioning climate catastrophism in the past, what I noticed was they would try to neutralize these claims of, well, fossil fuels have this really adverse consequence. And that's a good thing to do when the thing is being exaggerated or concocted. But there's also this issue of the positives of fossil fuels. And I don't just mean the positives of warming and greening, although there are definitely positives there too. But what I'm talking about is how we use fossil fuels to make our climate far safer. So one of the major things we do with fossil fuels is we neutralize climate danger. We do things like build sturdy buildings to protect ourselves from storms. That takes a ton of energy. We have irrigation systems that protect us from drought, which is historically the world's largest climate-related killer. Of course, we have heating and air conditioning systems. We have storm warning systems. We do all these things to neutralize climate danger, and yet we don't talk about that with fossil fuels. We say, oh, well, we'll get rid of fossil fuels and we'll be so safe from climate, but you ignore all this ability to neutralize climate danger that's so significant. So it's another case where it's really ignored. And it's not just ignored by, quote, dumb people. It's ignored, for example, by the supposedly amazing Intergovernmental Panel on climate change. And one criticism now of the IPCC, finally it gets some criticism, is that, oh, well, its findings get distorted by media and by PR people and by the leadership of the UN. And that's certainly true. But I don't think we should let the IPCC off the hook, because its methodology is terrible, at least with regard to this issue. Because the IPCC does not mention this issue of fossil-fueled climate mastery. In its thousands of pages of reports, it doesn't talk about it, even though, as we'll see, that's led to record lows in climate-related disaster deaths. And so you cannot talk about climate and fossil fuels and ignore the climate mastery benefits if you're a climate-focused organization, unless you're just incredibly irresponsible, and yet that's the norm. But the power here is, once you point this out, people will think about the climate mastery benefits, and I'm proud to have contributed to that spreading quite a bit. Now, the third one, and I think this will be maybe the most familiar to this audience, but this is another irrefutable idea. So nobody will question the first two, but no one will practice them unless you point them out. The third is you have to factor in negative and positive climate side effects with precision. So this means, yes, you want to look at any adverse consequences of warming that's caused, but you also need to look at positive consequences of warming. Same thing with any other associated climate change. And then the other thing is precision. It's so important with anything to be precise, especially when you're weighing benefits and side effects. And yet it's commonplace to lionize people like Al Gore, who totally distort any semi-reasonable scientific interpretation of anything. Al Gore's movie, that's probably the most distributed piece of content on this issue ever. I mean, I don't know how many tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of children were influenced by this, and he portrays 20-foot sea level rises as imminent. And that's nowhere in the literature, any literature at all, and yet he does it. And there's just this incredible tendency to exaggerate. So what's fascinating about this to me is the reason I spend so much time on these principles is the framing matters. Because if you can frame the discussion around, hey, I believe in carefully weighing the benefits and the side effects, and that includes fossil fuels benefits, their climate mastery benefits, and looking at the side effects, but being even-handed, so negative and positive and precise, nobody can disagree with that, and it totally changes the way they think about it. They go from thinking about the issue in this sort of religious dogmatic way where it's just we're these evil sinners and fossil fuels are this unlimited evil and they're going to cause this unlimited destruction, to no, let's just carefully think about this in a clinical way. And it's made such a difference for me and for others. Now, there are two other issues of framing that I just want to talk about. I'm not going to focus on them today. They are important. I talk about them in Fossil Future as well as in some of the resources I'll send out, but they are, one of the key things that frames a conversation and frames thinking is what is your basic view of the relationship between Earth and human beings? And here there are two basic views. So one is what I call the delicate nurturer assumption, which is total pseudoscience but dominates, and this is the idea that nature exists in a delicate nurturing balance that is stable, sufficient, and safe. So it's stable, it doesn't change too much, it's sufficient, it gives us what we need as long as we're not too greedy, and it's safe, it won't harm us. And then the idea is that human impact is bad. Human beings are viewed as what I call parasite polluters, so we just take from the earth and we just ruin the earth. And the view is our impact is bad. And this view is why everyone always thinks that the catastrophe predictions are going to come true, even though they never come true. Because this basic delicate nurture assumption, including this parasite polluter assumption, is so rampant. The great thing, though, is once you name it, it's really easy to refute, particularly if you have the true version. And the true assumption is what I call the wild potential assumption. So this is a view that nature has the potential to be amazing, but in its unimpacted state, it's wild, and it's actually dynamic, deficient, and dangerous. And so human beings, far from our impact being evil, it's actually done intelligently an incredibly good thing, because we're actually fundamentally producer improvers. So we add new value, and we actually improve our environment, making it cleaner and safer, including things like taking naturally dirty and distant water and making it clean and close. So we are just, it's just another thing where if people have the right framing, it's pretty easy to convince them of the right thing, but the earlier you can frame it, the better. And then the final thing, again, there's a lot more detail on this, but has to do with values, and I talked about this earlier today. But when we're thinking about our environment and the Earth, what is the standard by which we're measuring good and bad? Which another way of saying that is, what is our goal? And I think the dominant goal today that's seen as good as eliminating our impact. So our impact is viewed as bad. We should eliminate it as much as possible, particularly our evil greenhouse gas emissions impact. And the good environment is one that's viewed as having as little human impact as possible. And you think about that, that is an anti-human idea, because then the ideal Earth is the Earth that would exist had we never existed. That's the perfect Earth, according to this philosophy, and yet everyone talks about it. Every hotel wants to be green, which just means minimize or eliminate impact. So what I propose is, no, when we're thinking about the world, our goal should be to advance human flourishing. We want the most human-friendly planet possible, which means a beautiful place with as clean air and clean water as you can get, but in which we produce a lot of value. And so when you see these three issues of the thinking methods, the assumptions, the values, and you know what's going on beneath the surface and you know how to frame them, it's incredibly, incredibly effective because it's actually pretty easy to reframe the ideas, and that makes all the difference. It's exactly like you totally change the framework of the structure from one that was going to collapse to one that can stand the test of time, and it's just amazingly, amazingly effective. So the reason why I focus so much on this is because I think this is the missing piece for everyone, for almost everyone, and in particular this audience. I know you know a lot of facts, but I think the framing and its implication for communications is very powerful and you don't get exposed to as much. Now that said, it is really important to know facts. If you just have framing and you're ignorant, it doesn't help that much. So what I want to share though is what I think are the 10 most essential facts to share with people. And my view is if you apply these principles to these really crucial facts, which I think are all essentially undeniable, and they're all based on mainstream economics or primary sources in mainstream climate science, it's obvious that we need more fossil fuels. So actually the most controversial idea in the world is obvious if the issue is framed properly. So I'm just going to share, I'm going to do it pretty quickly with this audience, and I know I want to have some time for questions. And you could get all of this stuff online. So Jim sort of indicated I'm hard to get to speak and this kind of thing, but honestly, you don't really even need me speaking because everything I put for free online at energytalkingpoints.com. So I hope that I love speaking, I love doing it when I can, but if you just send an email to resources@alexepstein.com or you fill out your card, you'll get everything, and if you search fossil future, you'll get every single fact that I share today, and dozens and dozens of more facts with references. I'm just going to overview them, but I think these are the 10 most essential facts for thinking about this issue and for communicating. And so fact one is cost-effective energy is essential to human flourishing. So let's break this down. Cost-effective energy has 4 elements: affordability, reliability, versatility. By the way, anyone, I'm very flattered by you taking pictures of the slides, and you're welcome to do it with all of them, but I will also send you the deck for free, so just keep that in mind if you just email that email. So there's versatility. This is really underrated. So this includes not just electricity, but the other 4/5 of energy uses in the world, including liquid fuel for heavy-duty transport. And then scalability. Can it provide energy to billions of people in thousands of places? And then my contention is the more cost-effective energy is, the more we have what I call human flourishing. And so human flourishing is people living to their highest potential, and in particular, long lives, healthy lives, fulfilling lives. And so my view is the more cost-effective energy is, the more people can live long, healthy, fulfilling lives. Now, why is this? Well, I have about 90 pages in Fossil Future really breaking this down, but the basic idea is the more cost-effective energy is, the more we can use machines to produce value in the world. So the planet is not a very hospitable place. As I mentioned, it's dynamic, deficient, and dangerous. In order to flourish, we need to be very productive. We need to produce a lot of new value, including we need to be able to neutralize all of nature's dangers, or as many as possible. The problem is we're physically weak. So the only way to get around that is we need to use machines to amplify and expand our productive ability. Amplify, I mentioned a harvester that can do 1,000 times more work, that can allow one person to do 1,000 times more work as he could without it. And then also expand our abilities. Machines allow us to do things that no number of humans can do. So for example, I talk a lot about babies being saved by incubators. No number of us can get together and be an incubator. No number of us can get together and fly. And yet with machines, we can not only be 1,000 times more powerful for certain things, we can have all new abilities. So the key to being productive and prosperous is machines, and the key to machines is having cost-effective energy. So you can power all the machines in the world, including all the machines that power all the machines that make the machines, et cetera, et cetera. Energy, the cost-effectiveness of energy, this underlies food, clothing, shelter, medical care, everything. And it also underlies innovation and progress. Sometimes people think, oh, well, Alex, you know, these increases in life expectancy. So I call these are the real hockey sticks, the hydrocarbons and human flourishing hockey sticks. So what you have is hydrocarbon use as measured by CO2 emissions, roughly speaking, and you have that goes up like a hockey stick at the same time as life expectancy, income, and the population. Now, is that just a random correlation? It could be, but I argue that it's causal for the reasons I gave. And sometimes people will come back and say, no, Alex, you're wrong. It's really sanitation that caused this. It's really science, technology, medical care. And my answer is, yeah, those are huge causal factors, but they all depend on energy. Because without energy, the main thing is we don't have the time to do all of those other things. All those things, including innovation, depend on time. So energy frees up time, which allows us to specialize in those things and to have a lot of time to innovate in those areas. Energy also powers all of those fields today. There's no modern medicine without all these amazing machines. And then, of course, there are the hydrocarbon-based products. And medical care and every other field totally depends on the amazing materials that only the hydrocarbon industry produces at scale. So it's really cost-effective energy is essential to human flourishing, and it is fundamental to human flourishing. So everything depends on it, and I think even people who like energy don't appreciate energy enough. And once you get this thing, it's pretty quickly obvious that we need more fossil fuels because you get to, well, billions of people, this is number 2, lack cost-effective energy. So you see up here, a third of the world using wood and animal dung as their main fuel for heating and cooking. We have 3 billion people using less electricity than a typical American refrigerator. We have 6 billion people who use an amount of energy we would consider unacceptable. So the world just needs far more energy, and yet nobody talks about it. But once you bring it up, it's obvious. So it becomes very suspicious that we should use less fossil fuel. Then the third one is fossil fuels are a uniquely cost-effective source of energy. This is a little bit controversial, but it's really undeniable. So you look at the facts. Fossil fuels are the only source today that provide low-cost, reliable, versatile, scalable energy for billions of people in thousands of places. Nothing else even does it on a scale of 1 billion. They provide 80% of the world's energy. They're still growing despite 100+ years of aggressive competition and despite huge cultural hostility. Fossil fuel use is growing in particular in the places that care most about cost-effective energy, namely China, which has more coal under development than we have, period, at this point, just in development. And these are plants designed to last for 40+ years. And the argument you hear now is, oh, no, fossil fuels are no longer cost-effective because, look, they've gotten more expensive recently. So I call this the Tonya Harding case against fossil fuels, because it's the people who opposed fossil fuels who crippled it, much like Tonya Harding's team and Nancy Kerrigan, and they say, oh wait, no, you can't skate, you can't produce fossil fuels. Like, well, there's no inability to produce it. It's just that that ability is restricted. In terms of, it's important why fossil fuels are so crucial, and I think there are 3, I talk about this a lot in chapter 5 of the book, but they have these 3 physical attributes that only nuclear has as well. So they're naturally stored, so it's like a natural battery, which is a really big advantage versus, say, solar and wind, which are natural intermittent flows of energy, which then you have to find some way to store, or you do what is done in practice and you just use fossil fuels as the battery, but then of course you're not replacing fossil fuels and you're adding a lot of duplication cost. They're naturally concentrated, particularly oil, storing a lot of energy in a small amount of space, or in the case of natural gas, low amount of mass. And then naturally abundant. There's just a huge amount of them. There's more than 10 times more hydrocarbon in the ground than what we've used in the entire history of civilization. So as we get better and better at harnessing it, we get to access more and more of that. And at the same time, the other thing is we've had an industry that has spent generations figuring out how to cost effectively harness this material. Unfortunately, we don't have that for nuclear, in large part because the green movement has criminalized nuclear to the point where we don't have a real nuclear industry. We're unfortunately many decades away from having one, even under the best of circumstances. So fact 4, which I think is important, is that unreliable solar and wind are failing to replace fossil fuels. Now, you can talk about they will fail indefinitely, but I think it's important to just have as a fact they are failing, because it's usually presented as, no, they're succeeding. And yet, if you look at the facts, so they're providing less than 5% of the world's energy. It's just electricity, which is 1/5 of the world's energy. It's used in significant quantities only when it has extreme government preferences, including subsidies, mandates, and all sorts of other preferences. It correlates strongly with higher prices. So this is not rapidly replacing fossil fuels at all. And I think the key to getting why is thinking of energy as a process. People think, oh, solar and wind are going to be free forever because they only think of, quote, the cost of the sun and the wind. but the sun and the wind themselves don't give you energy. So the process gives you energy. And this is a really easy principle to get, but almost nobody is taught to think in terms of. So once you think of the full process, it's pretty obvious why it's really hard to do solar and wind cost effectively. And for those of you who are in Texas, this might be a traumatic, triggering event to see this. But this is the Texas freeze from 2 years ago. And what you see is solar and wind before the freeze look great, right? So they're providing over half the electricity at times. You can have people bragging about it. But what happens when you have a big winter storm? Well, the sun largely disappears for obvious reasons, but so does the wind. And it's not that the wind turbines are frozen, which you could deal with, but it's just that the wind dies down often during these kinds of events. So at one point you get solar and wind at less than 1% of their so-called capacity, which is a ridiculous term to apply to something that you cannot control. It's not a capacity, it's just a fantasy. And so they were at 1% fantasy. And if something can go to near zero at any given time, what percentage of backup do you need? You need 100%, right? And what happens is Texas and California try to get around this because when you have 100% backup, which is basically what Germany has done, you have these huge costs of infrastructure duplication. So you try to get away with what I call reliability chicken, right? Which is you shut down as many reliable power plants as possible, you invest as little as possible in things like weatherization, and then you hope that the sun shines enough, the wind blows enough, it doesn't get too hot, and it doesn't get too cold. So this is like the energy policy maybe for 4,000 years ago. This is not an energy when you're praying to weather gods. This is not an appropriate energy policy for the 21st century. And this is why you have these disasters, if you have more costs and you have reliability problems. So the fifth one, in terms of the benefits of fossil fuels, is that fossil fuels give us this incredible ability to master climate danger. I mentioned this earlier, but it's really, really important to know this one fact, that climate-related disaster deaths, so storms and floods and extreme heat and extreme cold, all these things that are supposedly getting worse, have gotten incredibly better. They're down 98% over the last century. So, as I like to say, and I know Mark Morano likes this expression, fossil fuels haven't taken a safe climate and made it dangerous, they've taken a dangerous climate and made it safe. It's really, really important to think of these climate mastery benefits and to be aware of how significant they are. I mean, one example is we have 100 million people living below high tide sea level. So if we're worried about sea level rises, we really need to factor this in. Okay, so I'm just going to go through the side effects. And this will be quicker because you already get a lot of this material and are more familiar. But this is all just mainstream stuff, but you don't get it or you get it in a distorted form. So one is that our CO2 emissions in the last 170 years have correlated with 1 degree Celsius warming and significant greening. And to put that in perspective, like this is what they like to make the warming look like this by compressing the y-axis to 1 degree or half a degree. But if you just put it on a normal human temperature scale, it doesn't look that significant. And on its own, it's not that significant. Now people think, oh, well, we're on the verge of everyone dying of heat. But no, the world has far more cold-related deaths than heat-related deaths. And so we can expect, going forward, warming for the foreseeable future will lead to more lives saved from cold than it will be taken due to heat. Now then people think, oh, well, the equator is going to get so hot and it's going to ruin everyone's life there. But then you look at, well, this is from climate.gov and NOAA and the Biden administration. This is not some right-wing source. This is warming occurring more in colder places during colder seasons at colder times, particularly at northern latitudes. And so what this means is that it's going to save even more lives due to warmth because the coldest places are going to get less cold versus the hottest places getting that much hotter. And so then people think, oh, well, what's going to happen is we're going to hit a tipping point. And, the greenhouse effect is it's going to be like this, and then it's going to be like this. But every single climate model involves a diminishing greenhouse effect. So the reason why they talk about climate sensitivity in terms of you have to double it is because it's a logarithmic or diminishing function. And so even when it's an extreme model, they're still saying the warming over time tapers off. So it's not at all this out of control thing. And this is why we could have a planet that used to have estimated 10 times more CO2 or more, and yet the planet did not, quote, burn up. So it's just when you look at these facts, it's not that you don't believe that we impact climate. I definitely believe that we do, but you don't view it at all as a catastrophe, and certainly not one that justifies the apocalypse of getting rid of fossil fuels in 27 years. And then the fifth one, and this relates to all the other supposed consequences of warming, is that even if you look at the IPCC, which is very, very biased in many ways, if you look at what they project in terms of changes in weather and sea level due to warming, they're all masterable by an empowered world. So you take something like sea level rise, which is a lot slower now than it was for our ancestors. We already have 100+ million people living below high tide sea level. We have people thriving in the Netherlands, far, far below sea level. As long as we're free, as long as we have energy, there's nothing coming that we can't deal with. So to wrap it up, basically if we're free to use fossil fuels, we're going to have some more warming and greening, and the world is just going to be a lot better and a lot more livable. Versus if we don't, in the near term, it'll be, I guess, a little bit less warm and a little bit less green. Although in the long term, what'll happen is you'll be much slower to develop alternatives, because the key to developing alternatives is freedom and innovation. And the only way alternatives will ever really proliferate is if they're so cheap that China and India will voluntarily use them, because they're obviously not going to actually agree to some commitment to impoverish themselves, nor should they. So if you just look at this basic calculation of carefully weigh the benefits and the side effects, it's just obvious that we need more fossil fuels. The benefits of continuing and expanding, at least for the next few decades, are just so overwhelming, and it is absolutely the apocalypse to try to rapidly reduce them. So I think the proper policy is what I call energy freedom, and I work a lot with elected officials now on making this a reality, is freedom for all forms of energy, including fossil fuels. And if we do that, we can have an abundant and safe world, and it'll eventually be one where we lower our emissions, just because there will be superior technologies. But the main focus should be empowering 8 billion people as quickly as possible to promote human flourishing. So the thing I wanted to stress tonight is just all of this is so simple once you frame it the right way. That's why I wanted to stress the framing and to encourage you to take advantage of all the free resources, and in particular share them with other people. So I just want to make one final point about today's energy education opportunity, which is that we have a situation right now where we have a crisis. And the one good thing about a crisis is that it calls the establishment into question. So people are more open than ever. I can't imagine they've been this open for 40+ years to new ideas about energy, because the establishment is clearly responsible for the energy crisis. Now they're trying to deny it, but it's pretty obvious we don't have enough fossil fuels, and that's probably related to all the people who said we shouldn't have fossil fuels. It's just pretty straightforward. People are open to that. They're more interested than ever. Even when I was writing this book, Fossil Future, a few years ago, people said, why would anyone read a book called Fossil Future? Fossil fuels are obviously the past, and now we have President Biden, who ran on, I guarantee you we're going to end fossil fuel. Now he's begging Venezuela and Saudi Arabia for more fossil fuels. So there's really a shift. And the other thing, I think, and this is something I'm proud to have contributed to, is we have much better arguments now. Particularly, I mentioned, the two things I've created are Fossil Future, the book, which I think is, if I can move this slide, I think is I wrote it, I spent a lot of time rewriting and just totally redoing my initial book, because I thought it needed to be replaced with something better, and I think it's just been way better, way more effective than the first book I did. And then the other resource I really want to highlight, because it's free, is energytalkingpoints.com. And again, if you fill out the card or you send an email to resources@alexepstein.com, you will get it. But it is, this is kind of my life's work, but just every single thing is the length of a tweet. So it's just super easy to share. This is what I create for politicians. This is what I create for other activists. And I think it's super helpful. So I hope that you use it and take advantage of this opportunity. Share it with as many people as you can. So if you want to get in touch, again, resources@alexepstein.com for the resources. If you have any interest in speaking at alexepstein.com, you can always try it out. And then you can reach me directly at alex@alexepstein.com. So the final wrap-up of my talk is the key is the framing of it, particularly this idea of carefully weighing benefits and side effects. And if you do that, and if you're aware of these 10 undeniable facts, and you either share them yourself or you just share all these free resources with them, you can be incredibly effective. Now, I know I want to take questions, but let me just say a couple words. People can start raising their hands, but I want to say about 2 or 3 minutes about two people who unfortunately died in the last year, which are Pat Michaels and Jay Lair. So both of these guys, the thing I want to emphasize, and I think this will be hopefully useful as well as just paying tribute to them, is that both of them did something for me that was pretty rare and made a really big difference at the right time. Now, Pat Michaels I first met in 2011, and I was a big fan of his. I'd kind of read him for a while, and he was giving a talk. And in his talk, he said, I have a contest. And it was, and he said, the winner, whoever guesses what this is first wins a beer with me. And I was so excited. I was like, I got to win this contest. But I thought, I have no chance at winning this contest. I mean, there are 150 people in this room. And it's probably going to be some scientific thing. But then he flashed a picture on the screen, and it was of a building that said State Science Institute. So I don't know about everything, but I know a lot about Ayn Rand. And so it was from, he said, where is this from? And I just said, Atlas Shrugged immediately, and nobody even started talking. And then I won that beer, and it was amazing. And he really, really like talked to me, and he gave me tips on women, and that ended up working really well because I'm now engaged. And it was just, it was amazing. But then a couple years later, I was sending out my book, The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels, around, and the first person who shall remain nameless who read it was someone I thought might be sympathetic but might not. He's a very well-known name, and he just trashed the thing. He's like, this is the worst thing. He basically hated me. And I'm not that easily cowed by things, but I was still not super happy that was the first thing that I got. But then very soon I heard Pat Michaels had something, and I'm kind of worried, what's he going to say? And he was just so effusive, and he just said, this is really the best book I've read of this kind. And the thing that I really appreciated is he was really focused on the positive. And that can be unusual with those of us who are intellectuals in this realm, because it's very easy to focus with other people on, hey, how can you correct them? And that's an admirable motive in many ways, because you want to help people. But it can also be really helpful to people who are young and getting started, if they're doing something well, to actually encourage that, particularly if you're in a position of authority where they respect you. It just meant so much to me that he gave me that encouragement at that time. He also helped me a lot with Fossil Future and was very encouraging about that. And that was just the constant thing I got from him. He'd help me with things, but he'd always be dominantly encouraging. And when he disagreed, it would just always be in that context. And Jay Lair was this as much as anyone I could imagine. I had interviewed him on my show Power Hour, but I never met him. And then in 2014, I believe I was speaking at the Heritage Institute, and Jay came up after it. And he's this kind of like Iron Man looking guy with a lot of energy. And after talks, I sometimes worry, don't let this influence you, but at the time I worried about it was new and it was one of my first presentations. I kind of worried about, okay, well, is this intellectual academic going to come and just give me 10 criticisms that I don't feel like thinking about right now? And he just came and he was just like, Alex, this is amazing. I'm so happy. I'm so encouraging. And it was just this, and he just radiated, I think those of you know him, this is no surprise, but just radiated this positive energy. And I just found it so encouraging at the time. And then I just want to share with you some of just over the months, until right before he died. I mean, I think he emailed me a week before. He'd just be so encouraging. So just give you a couple messages that just give you a sense of how encouraging he was, and just because I think he believed it and he knew that it was meaningful. I wrote a thing called My Energy Story, and he just wrote me, this is the last thing he wrote me. He said, Alex, this is amazing and so great. You took the time to tell your real story. I'm confident 2023 will be the beginning of turning the corner and overturning the folks desiring to enslave us all. So he's, very timid in his language, like me. And then he said, this is really sad to think about, but he said, at a later date, I would like to retell your story in third person titled One Man's Path to the Truth About Energy. So he's just constantly full of ideas. When I wrote Fossil Future, he was one of the first people to send something to me and said, your book arrived and is so very impressive. I cannot imagine the hours you've put in writing it. And he talked about he wanted to write articles based on it, which he did. But then the thing that meant the most to me was he was actually just interested in me personally, even though we had no real personal relationship. He said, hope you had a great vacation with your fiance. I am guessing that you work a bit too hard. At 85, still working full-time because I figured out the balance thing when I was 20. While I work some every day, there is never a day I go to bed thinking I was a drudge all day. By my own personal definition, I have some fun every day. Also, I only breathe through my nose and only 6 times a minute. And little did he know, I'm a total junkie for this stuff, so I loved it. So I asked him for more, and he said, I can still work full-time at 85, and now only work a 35-hour week, which is actually 5 hours all 7 days. And then he sent me, and if anyone wants to see this, maybe he published it online, I don't know, but then he sent me, he has a daily philosophy to maximize happiness, and I'll just read 2 of them. He has 10 points, so if you want to just email me, alex@alexepstein.com. I think he'd be very happy for everyone to have it. He said, reward, number 7. You may have heard that the best reward for a job well done is in fact the job well done. Do not live for recognition for what you accomplish. It is certainly nice when you get it, but when your own satisfaction is the reward you cannot lose. I love that idea. And then he said, number 9, wonder. Do your best to recapture your childhood sense of wonder every day so that the beauty of nature and technology do not escape your notice and your ability to just say, wow. And I love that he has both nature and technology. I think it really captures why he why the concept of human flourishing resonated so much with them. So I hope that everyone takes a lot from what I gave today, and I just want to thank you and Heartland for giving me so much and including exposing me to Pat Michaels and Jay Lair, whom I will never forget. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know if do we have any time for questions? Okay.
Questions?
Oh, can I get some water?
Hey, Alex. Great presentation. I fully agree with you on the decriminalization of nuclear, and I was just wondering if you could comment on what I think is one of the problems, which is the linear no threshold theory.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, so he's asking, he said he was enthusiastic about the presentation. He particularly liked the idea of decriminalizing nuclear, which is a big focus of mine in my work with elected officials. And if I could just elaborate, and then he particularly mentioned the linear no threshold model in terms of how you think of different kinds of damages of substances in various quantities. And yeah, the basic. I mean, I have nothing original to say about this, but I agree with the good work that's done, including by, I think, some people associated with these Heartland conferences, which is just linear no threshold makes no sense, and it's bizarre that it's bizarre and it's destructive. So, the example is sunlight, where you think linear no threshold would say that if being out 12 hours in the sun naked with no sunscreen is harmful, then being out 20 minutes must be some fraction of that harmful. Versus the way damage works is not like that. It's not linear with no threshold. There's often a threshold at which it's benign, or even a threshold at which it becomes beneficial. It's what's called a hormetic model. So you have something like sunlight, which clearly is that. Some amount of exposure is good. Some is probably benign, and some is clearly bad. And the fact that our government functions on LNT is just incredibly destructive. I think it's one of the root causes, but there are many, many other tentacles of it that need to be changed in terms of like approval process. And I think ultimately one thing that needs to happen is nuclear just needs to become a state issue. I don't think there's a reason why it's a national issue. And then at least you can have one of these kinds of laboratories, sets of laboratories the founders envisioned, where different states can have different nuclear policies instead of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission doing it, which it's just basically like nuclear. It's really, NRC is nuclear reactor criminalization, because they haven't approved a plant from beginning to end since their inception in 1975. So when I was -5 years old.
Hello, thank you very much for tonight's presentation. Appreciate it. Loved your book.
Thank you.
If you are correct, which I think you are, that human flourishing meets people and gets a great deal of positive feeling back, and yet the dominant cultural meme is something other than that. What does that suggest to you about those who are pushing the dominant meme?
Well, there are two elements, and this I cover this a lot in particularly chapter 3 of Fossil Future. So, I mean, one thing is, I think a lot of the leadership is not pro-human, but I do think a lot of what happens is that the way anti-human ideas get put over is they package themselves with pro-human ideas, and they want you to look at the pro-human part of the package, and then they want you to ignore the anti-human substance of the package. So an example is just the idea of being green or, quote, minimizing environmental impact. The pro-human part of that is, yeah, we want to minimize negative human-harming impacts, right? Negative, human-harming impacts. So we want to minimize pollution. We want to minimize the destruction of natural beauty. But green means minimize all human impact, including farms and factories and roads and all these things we need to live. So they want you to think about clean air and clean water. But the substance of it is just to be anti-development, anti-industry, period. I think one of the keys to winning on this is for every important issue to have a clear, positive concept on it. So I think one reason the environmental movement, the anti-human environmental movement took over is there wasn't a pro-human environmental movement, even though the capitalists should have had it because they lead to much better environments, mainly through property rights. But so what happened is the anti-freedom movement owned the issue of environment in this anti-human way, and then the other side kind of just reacted to their claims and tried to debunk their claims, but they never owned the issue of, no, we are for an amazing, beautiful, safe, clean world. And I think when somebody's packaging together bad and good, if you consistently embrace the good, you own the value issue, and then it becomes clear, no, these people really aren't about that, they just hate human impact. And there's examples with this for everything. If you want to see another one, I have a way of handling ESG this way. If you go to energytalkingpoints.com, just search ESG, and you'll see.
I blame a lot of this on Rachel Carson and her precautionary principle in Silent Spring. What do you think?
Well, she's clearly, with these cultural moments, it's hard to know how unique they are. Like, would there have been another person a year later? Because there were a lot of trends that were happening. I mean, I'm a big Ayn Rand fan, and she had a book called The New Left, which was really documenting this as it was happening, which I highly recommend reading. The Left, Old and New, that essay, and then an essay called The Anti-Industrial Revolution, because you get a sense of the political left, which really is anti-capitalism is the essence, I think, at least back then. You know, they were really at a crisis point because socialism had failed to be industrially productive. And they had claimed that socialism was going to be so productive, and it clearly failed. And there was this choice, okay, which do you want? Do you want production or do you want socialism? Because you have to choose. And they could have just said, well, we choose capitalism because we really cared about production. But it turned out, at least a lot of them really cared about lack of freedom. That was more important to them than production. And so what happened is they needed a new cause, and they had the Vietnam War for a while, but then they decided to take on this issue of environment. And it was really capitalism is bad because it impacts our environment too much. And again, there's that issue of they packaged bad environmental impacts with good, and the other side didn't react properly. But sort of once you have that whole strategy in place, it's hard to know how much Rachel Carson matters, but she was certainly a huge figurehead. I mean, almost like an Al Gore, and she was very effective. I mean, I don't know her exact responsibility for precautionary principle, but one way to think of precautionary principle is it is the least cautious principle imaginable, because it says basically don't do anything until you can prove there's no risk, which is a complete recipe for death and a complete recipe for stagnation. So the precautionary principle is actually the world's most reckless principle.
Last question over here.
I hope that's here.
Yes, that's you.
Alex, after studying this, I'm very stunned at the degree that the oil majors are running away from this issue. For instance, the API has come out and supported the climate change thing. Exxon, Shell, all these people are running away from it. And you mentioned that you went and talked to them. It seems like they're treating this as more of a publicity PR issue than an existential threat on their industry, which they really should. And what's really stunning about this, in my view, is that science does not support the catastrophic global warming to any degree whatsoever. What progress have you made? What do you view their opinion is on this? I mean, how are they going to keep running away from this issue?
Let me give the most benevolent interpretation of it. And I think this is important because, and this is a similar thing with elected officials, because I would often get the question like, hey, why don't our elected officials say much rational about this issue? And one thing that's kind of easy to do is just say, well, they're being jerks and stuff, and like they're not courageous enough. But another perspective is they're in a difficult position because their expertise is not persuasion. And many of the people they hire to do persuasion are going to be people who believe the mainstream thing, right? So, and I often tell them this is a mistake. Like they'll say, oh, we hired the best PR people. And I'll ask the PR people, hey, what do you think about this? It's like, oh, well, we're climate catastrophists. Wait a second. You're hiring someone to persuade the public who hasn't even persuaded themselves. So how are they going to teach you how to persuade the public? So one thing I tried to think about is how do I make their difficult job as easy as possible? And I think where I really started cracking it was energytalkingpoints.com, because that was putting every single issue in a very distilled, concise form where they could just look it up. And just to give you some examples, and I'm not taking credit for any of these, but you just see like things like Senator Mike Lee the other day was tweeting about like fossil fuels and human flourishing. And like, that's really that's just one of many examples. Or I saw there was a congressman the other day who was talking to AOC, I think it was Tom Tiffany, and he said, and I don't know if he got this from me, but I think at least indirectly he did, because he was asking AOC, hey, I know you're looking at the negative impacts of fossil fuels, are you also looking at the benefits? And it really stunned her for a second. But it's notable, like, oh my gosh, these guys are actually using the framing. It's really, really cool. But what was necessary for that to happen was not just me giving them a long argument and then saying, hey, you have the courage to do this. It was creating it in a form that was very, very user-friendly for them. So what I've tried to do with industry is give them the words they need in the form that they need them. Now, I mean, certainly ExxonMobil is a big disappointment. I think all these super majors are, but what you're seeing is you're seeing some smaller companies stand up. And you might have seen a couple years ago, did anyone see this North Face campaign? This anti-North Face campaign? So a guy named Adam Anderson, who explicitly credited Moral Case for Fossil Fuels, CEO of Innovex Downhole Solutions, he wrote to the North Face after they refused to sell him jackets with his logo on them, even though, of course, the jackets are made of oil and natural gas. But they didn't want to do it. But he wrote this open letter and went viral, and it got covered everywhere. And then another CEO who's courageous, Chris Wright of now Liberty Energy, he did a whole campaign as like, thank you, North Face, being facetious, but bringing this up. And both of them have been very outspoken. Chris runs a public company. There are others who do this. And what's so gratifying to me is not just that they're doing it and that I had some influence, at least in Adam's case. Chris is kind of his own self-made man on this, and I'm a big fan of his. But it's working. The other side has no answer. And so if you get people doing it and it's working, that's what's really effective. And I'm really excited to say, I was talking to Adam today, and we just made a deal, and I'm going to go to an event of his on I believe it's April 18th, but you have to look it up. So if you just look up Innovex Downhole Solutions on Google, maybe I'll try to remember to send this out with my resources, but check this out. So this is a significant oil company, and they have an event, and it's a huge event in Midland, Texas, and the event is titled Fossil Fueled. So I think that is awesome, that the industry is being proud of producing fossil fuels. Now, I wish that wasn't the case. I wish it was happening all the time, but it's not. But I think by giving people the right words in the most effective form and then proving that it works, you can bring the best out of them versus just criticizing them for being weak at their difficult job, which they do deserve some criticism, but my view is let's empower them by giving them the best, easiest to use materials. So thank you very much, everyone. I'll be around for a while, so if anyone wants to chat or take a picture or get a book signed, let me know. Thanks so much for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, to close out the evening, please welcome to the stage the chairman of the board of the Heartland Institute, Joe Morris.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, at last night's opening dinner, I closed by saying, let the revels begin. I hope during the course of today's proceedings, you have seen these as revels. You have seen a reason for joy, a reason for happiness, even in the celebration of lives we've lost. There is reason for joy and reason for optimism. As someone who has entered into his 8th decade, I feel empowered tonight to say thank you to Alex Epstein, speaking as a fossil. I'm very grateful to Joe Nova, who's not in the room but was virtually in the room earlier this evening, for speaking to us from the future. So I hope you realize that it was tomorrow already in Australia when she was speaking to us. I am supremely grateful to Brother Essex, the Canadian, for putting a label on us that I shall proudly wear home and tell my granddaughter about. My granddaughter is lately learning lessons about gender and the multiplicity of them. And it's occurred to me in the course of these proceedings that the anti-human bias may also explain why binary sexuality is called into question in our time, because, of course, what does binary sexuality, the male-female thing, lead to? It leads to more humans. And, of course, if humanity is the problem, if human impact in every measurable way is the problem, then the creation of more humans as Paul Ehrlich insisted to Julian Simon a generation ago, is the truth. As Malthus said a couple of centuries ago, is the truth that fewer humans are the answer to all problems. But of course, as Julian Simon pointed out, the flaw in this Malthusian economic view of the world is that humans don't just come with downsides and side effects. Humans also come with tremendous benefits. And part of the benefit of humans, at least free humans, is that free humans dream up solutions to problems that a dangerous, dynamic, and deficient nature imposes upon us. So in this peculiarly gendered time, I'm thrilled to have a new label. I proudly call myself an Essexian. And I will return home telling people that I spent my weekend in Florida at an Essexian conference. That will raise eyebrows in some quarters and improve my street credibility in others. Now, it falls to me to point out the flaw in Brother Epstein's argument tonight. And there was a flaw, because he said that nobody, I think he used that noun, nobody is making the other side of the case, not the capitalists and the economists. That, of course, is the point of reason for existence of the Heartland Institute. The point of existence of the Heartland Institute is to offer free enterprise solutions to human, economic, and social problems. Those problems include problems of adapting to a nature, an Earth, a planet that is deficient, dynamic, and dangerous. And I think, looked at properly, the course of human history shows that there is a correlation between freedom on the one hand and safety, wealth, and human flourishing on the other. As a matter of fact, perhaps the most interesting hockey stick graph one might imagine is a hockey stick graph that shows the correlation between freedom as on the x-axis, I guess that's the horizontal one, isn't it, and human well-being measured by wealth or any of a number of objective standards is the y-axis, the vertical axis. Something amazing happened around 1776. There's a kind of a flat line going along, and you get to 1776, and then in around 1776, a couple of very interesting ideas came on the global scene at about the same time. One is the notion of the rule of law that ought to apply to governments as well as everybody else, and that there's something to be said for individual liberty and constraints upon governments by the rule of law through constitutional systems and the like. That was kind of an American message. And on the other side of the pond, in Britain, that same year, Adam Smith was publishing The Wealth of Nations, which was opening eyes to the realities of economics, this notion that the invisible hand can know more than a whole room full of experts about how to achieve human flourishing and human welfare. I love the Essexian the quotation of Richard Feynman that science is belief in the ignorance of experts. Is that not what F.A. Hayek tells us is the road to serfdom? It's the failure to hold that belief. If you believe in the wisdom of experts, you're on the road to serfdom. Wisdom lies in believing in the ignorance of experts of all kinds. That's what human freedom is about. That's what human debate is about. That's what the integrity of the scientific method is about. That hockey stick that begins in 1776, of course, shows, as Milton Friedman said, he was quoted by Mark Morano at lunch today, Milton Friedman once observed, that most of human history, in most places, at most times, people have lived under tyranny and in poverty. And you come along in this flatline hockey stick of people in poverty, and then suddenly around 1776 or thereabouts, something happens and human flourishing and human wealth shoots up. And that is a powerful correlation between freedom, the rule of law, free market economics, private property, property rights on the one hand, and human flourishing on the other. I submit to you that the integrity of the Heartland Institute lies in the fact that We don't care what the truth is about climate science. We care that the truth be determined, that the truth be known, and that lies not be told. But it seems to us that if the truth is what the people in this room have taught us today and over many years, that the truth is about climate science, then there is no reason to restrict the freedom of humans. Climate science does not justify the restriction of human freedom because it's not a valid case for it. But if the other side of the coin were true, if the notions of the climate extremists were fair and truthful depictions of what science teaches, the integrity of the Heartland Institute lies in the fact that we would not be prejudiced against where the truth of science would take us, because we would tell you that the solution then to those problems is freedom. It is unleashing human ingenuity to find solutions to the problems that a dynamic, deficient, and dangerous Earth create. So our integrity lies in the fact that unlike leftist policymakers, we don't have to impose a scientific truth to make our case in the political sphere. Our contention is that the solution to these problems is human freedom. That built into the human who is able to think and act freely are the opportunities to solve the problems of the planet. And that's why truth matters to us. Milton Friedman, my teacher at the University of Chicago, was fond of saying the problem with leftist intellectuals is they're always saying, well, I don't care if that works in practice. The question is, does it work in theory? I think that explains a lot about the problems of the way some scientists and lots of policymakers view modeling. They don't care what the truth is, they care what the theory is. As economists and public policy practitioners, we try to be empiricists. And I think that the empirical fact is best shown in that 1776 hockey stick graph, where there is a measurable, arguable, defensible correlation between human freedom and human flourishing. In that spirit, then, having seen what you have accomplished in the conversations today, I invite you to return for breakfast tomorrow morning. The doors will open at 7. The discussions will begin at 7:30. And let the revels continue. Good night.